Welcome back to the Midnight Mysteries sleeping experience. We're here to help you have the best night's sleep you've ever had. But first, like the video and comment where you're watching from as well as how late you're watching. Now get comfortable and have a nice night. High above the rugged coastline of Chile, the steady hum of a Chilean Air Force helicopter sliced through the sky. The aircraft, a well-equipped Cougar AS-532, was on a routine patrol mission, its crew trained to maintain vigilance over the vast expanse of ocean and land beneath them. It was a clear day in November 2014, with visibility perfect for the task at hand. Little did the crew know, their standard patrol was about to turn into an encounter that would captivate the world and ignite a storm of speculation and intrigue. The crew consisted of a seasoned pilot and a skilled naval technician, both members of the Chilean Air Force, tasked with monitoring the coastal areas for illegal activities and ensuring maritime safety. The helicopter was outfitted with a state-of-the-art infrared camera designed to detect heat signatures from a distance, making it an invaluable tool for their surveillance operations. As they approached a routine checkpoint along their patrol route, the technician monitored the live feed from the camera, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the calm of the patrol was shattered by an anomaly on the infrared screen. Initially appearing as an inexplicable blip, it quickly became apparent that this was no ordinary object. The pilot maneuvered the helicopter for a better view, while the technician tried to adjust the focus of the camera, zooming in on what appeared to be a flying object emitting an unusual heat pattern. The object moved with a precision and speed unlike any typical aircraft, its motion smooth yet erratic, defying the usual aerodynamic expectations. The technician recorded the object's movements, his hands steady despite the growing realization that this was no ordinary sighting. The object's thermal signature was unusually strong and consistent, suggesting it was not only metallic, but also generating a considerable amount of heat. As they continued to observe, the object began emitting what appeared to be plumes of vapor or gas, which were clearly visible through the infrared camera, adding another layer of mystery to the encounter. Communications between the helicopter crew and their ground control became frantic as they reported the sighting. Ground control, equally perplexed, confirmed that no other aircraft were scheduled to be in their vicinity at that time, and there were no known satellites or drones that could explain the presence of such an object. The pilot, maintaining a safe distance, maneuvered to keep the object within their visual and infrared range, while the technician captured as much footage as possible. This initial encounter, though lasting only a few minutes, felt longer due to the intensity of the moment. The crew was trained for a multitude of scenarios, but nothing quite like this. Their professionalism kept them focused on the task of documenting the encounter, even as the realization dawned on them that they might be witnessing something truly unexplained. After the object finally accelerated away at a speed that was impossible for their helicopter to match, the crew was left to return to base with their footage and a barrage of questions. The debriefing that followed was intense and thorough. Military officials were cautious but intrigued by the footage, which clearly showed an object whose capabilities surpassed current known aircraft technology. This marked the beginning of what would become a widely publicized and hotly debated UFO encounter. The Chilean government, known for its transparency in dealing with unidentified aerial phenomena, took the unusual step of releasing the footage to the public and seeking help from both national and international experts to try to explain the mysterious encounter. As the news of the sighting broke, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage and public speculation. People around the world watched the grainy infrared footage, captivated by the possibility of an encounter with technology beyond our understanding. The incident not only raised questions about what might be sharing our skies, but also highlighted the growing need for cooperation in addressing phenomena that defy easy explanation. This encounter, with its compelling visual evidence, was set to become a pivotal case in the study of unidentified aerial phenomena, inviting both skeptics and believers to ponder the possibilities of what lies beyond the known frontiers of science and aviation. As the Chilean Air Force helicopter continued its patrol along the pristine coastline, the crew inside was processing the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Equipped with sophisticated technology, the Cougar AS-532 had captured something unprecedented on its infrared camera, an unidentified flying object emitting heat and strange plumes, seemingly defying the known capabilities of conventional aircraft. The technology on board was primarily designed for maritime surveillance and search and rescue missions, capable of detecting heat signatures from great distances, making it an invaluable asset in identifying vessels or individuals in distress at sea. However, on this particular day, the infrared camera had recorded something entirely out of the ordinary, a fast-moving object whose thermal signature was unlike any aircraft or drone typically observed in their operations. Back at the base, the crew's initial report via radio had already stirred considerable interest among the ground control and senior officers. As they landed, the air was thick with anticipation and curiosity. The footage captured by the technician was immediately secured for analysis, with higher-ups in the Air Force and naval intelligence being alerted to the unusual sighting. The debriefing session was thorough. The pilot and technician were asked to recount every detail of the encounter, the object's appearance, behavior, and any electromagnetic interference noticed during the sighting. Questions were pointed and precise, aiming to rule out any conventional explanations such as experimental aircraft, weather balloons, or known drones. The crew maintained that the object moved with an agility and speed that were unlike any known aerial technology, further deepening the mystery. Following the initial internal review, the decision was made to involve technical experts in analyzing the infrared footage. This analysis aimed to verify the authenticity of what was captured and to gather more insights into the physical characteristics of the object observed. Specialists in aviation technology and infrared imaging were brought in, and they set to work examining the footage frame by frame. The technical analysis focused on several key aspects: the object's heat signature, which suggested an internal power source emitting a considerable amount of energy; the plumes, which could indicate some form of propulsion or discharge; and the flight pattern, which seemed to defy conventional physics with its abrupt changes in speed and altitude. Experts used software to enhance the image quality, hoping to glean more details from the grainy footage. The examination ruled out the possibility of a small aircraft or drone, as no known models possessed the combination of speed, heat signature, and flight capabilities displayed by the UFO. Theories began to circulate among the technical team, ranging from experimental military technology from another nation to more speculative hypotheses involving non-human origins. Meanwhile, the public's reaction was growing fervent. Once the Air Force decided to release the footage to ensure transparency and seek wider input, the video quickly went viral. Across social media platforms, forums, and news outlets, people shared the footage, with many speculating about the possible explanations for the encounter. The release of the video not only confirmed the authenticity of the event, but also opened the door to global scrutiny and debate. As the story gained traction internationally, ufologists and researchers dedicated to studying unidentified aerial phenomena took keen interest. They compared the Chilean encounter with similar incidents reported around the world, noting similarities in the descriptions of the objects and their behaviors. This global context prompted discussions about a possible pattern or phenomenon that transcended national borders. The media coverage varied from factual reporting by major news networks, focusing on the details of the encounter, to more sensational coverage by tabloids, which emphasized the mystery and extraterrestrial possibilities. Documentarians and investigative journalists descended on Chile, eager to capture the story from every angle, interviewing experts, witnesses, and even skeptics. The Chilean Air Force's encounter with the UFO became a case study in how modern militaries respond to unexplained phenomena. The transparent handling of the incident by the Chilean authorities was widely praised, and it set a precedent for how such encounters could be documented and discussed openly in the public sphere. As interest in the incident continued to swell, the need for a deeper investigation became apparent. The Air Force, in collaboration with scientific and military experts both nationally and internationally, planned a comprehensive investigation aimed at uncovering more about the mysterious object. This next phase would delve deeper into the technical, environmental, and historical data available, hoping to shed light on one of the most compelling modern UFO sightings to date. After the initial debrief and the immediate technical analysis, the Chilean Air Force moved forward with a structured response to the unusual sighting. The military's first priority was maintaining operational security and confidentiality as they navigated the complexities of a potential, unidentified flying object that could have broader implications for national security. However, the decision to eventually release the footage to the public marked a pivotal shift towards transparency, aiming to demystify the situation and engage with the global community for broader insights. The aftermath of the sighting and the subsequent release of the infrared footage initiated a multi-phased response plan. Initially, the Air Force leadership conducted a series of confidential briefings with defense analysts to evaluate any potential threats that the unidentified object might pose. These meetings involved strategy discussions, reviews of radar and satellite data, and consultations with international partners to ascertain if similar incidents had been observed elsewhere. Simultaneously, the Chilean government took steps to manage the public narrative. Information about the encounter was carefully released to avoid causing undue alarm. The military's spokesperson provided measured statements that confirmed the sighting while emphasizing that it posed no immediate threat to national security. This approach was designed to maintain public confidence and prevent speculation from overshadowing facts. The leak and public response to the footage were overwhelming. Once the video was made available online, it quickly captured the attention of both national and international media, sparking a flurry of investigative reports, expert interviews, and public speculation. In Chile and beyond, the story became a topic of intense interest and debate, with the footage being analyzed and reanalyzed by various civilian UFO research organizations and independent experts. Media outlets played a significant role in shaping the public's perception of the incident. Major networks sought to strike a balance between reporting on the sensational aspects of the UFO sighting and providing a platform for credible experts to discuss the potential explanations. This coverage helped to elevate the discourse, moving it from mere conspiracy theories to more scientific and investigative discussions about what the object could have been. Online forums and social media also became hotbeds for debate. Enthusiasts and skeptics alike shared their theories, ranging from secret military technology and drones to extraterrestrial vehicles. This digital conversation expanded the reach of the incident, drawing in audiences from around the world who might not typically engage with military or aviation news. The Chilean Air Force continued to monitor these discussions closely, noting where misinformation spread and stepping in to clarify when possible. Their ongoing involvement helped to maintain a level of authority over the narrative, ensuring that the public received accurate updates as the investigation progressed. In response to the burgeoning interest, the Air Force organized a symposium where experts from various fields were invited to discuss the sighting. This event included panels with aerospace engineers, astrophysicists, military strategists, and representatives from the global UFO research community. The symposium was pivotal in fostering a multidisciplinary understanding of the sighting, highlighting the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. This collective approach not only enriched the investigation, but also demonstrated the Chilean military's commitment to transparency and scientific inquiry. By openly discussing the sighting and inviting international experts to contribute, they mitigated the risk of sensationalism and grounded the conversation in a search for verifiable truth. As the investigation moved forward, the Air Force and other involved agencies continued to sift through data, looking for any clue that might explain the nature of the mysterious object. Each piece of information, from radar signatures to historical aircraft records, was meticulously analyzed in the hope of uncovering a logical explanation for the sighting. This thorough and open approach ensured that whatever conclusions were eventually drawn, they would be based on solid evidence and careful consideration, maintaining public trust and scientific integrity throughout the process. Following the unprecedented encounter and the widespread public interest it generated, the Chilean Air Force initiated a formal and comprehensive investigation into the incident. This step was essential not only for national security purposes, but also to satisfy the curiosity and concerns of both the national and international communities. The official investigation was spearheaded by a special task force composed of experts from various fields, including military aviation specialists, aerospace engineers, and scientists specializing in atmospheric phenomena. The task force's primary goal was to analyze every aspect of the encounter thoroughly, from the technical specifications of the helicopter and its equipment, to the environmental conditions on the day of the sighting. The team started by scrutinizing the infrared footage captured by the helicopter's camera. This involved a detailed frame-by-frame analysis to understand the object's size, speed, thermal signature, and flight pattern. Special attention was given to the plumes emitted by the object, which were atypical for conventional aircraft or known drones. Experts in propulsion and aerospace technology were consulted to determine if the object could be an undocumented type of military drone or experimental aircraft, possibly from another nation. Parallel to the technical analysis, the task force investigated the electromagnetic environment during the incident. They collaborated with meteorologists and physicists to explore whether unique atmospheric conditions could have caused optical illusions or radar anomalies. This line of inquiry included a review of historical meteorological data to check for similar anomalies that might have been recorded but not publicized. The military also re-examined radar data from the day of the sighting to trace the object's flight path and origin. This effort was coordinated with neighboring countries' air defense systems to rule out the possibility that the object had crossed into Chilean airspace from abroad. Additionally, the task force checked for any unauthorized satellite launches or space debris re-entries that could explain the object's presence in the sky. As the technical and environmental analyses progressed, the Chilean military maintained open communication with international bodies, such as the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena, CEFAA, which had a history of investigating UFO sightings in a scientific and systematic manner. This cooperation ensured that the investigation adhered to international standards and benefited from a broader range of expertise. The official investigation also delved into the historical context, researching any previously reported similar incidents within Chile and in other parts of the world. This broader historical review helped to contextualize the encounter and provided insights into how similar sightings had been handled and interpreted by other nations' military and scientific communities. Throughout this extensive investigative process, the Chilean Air Force showed a remarkable level of transparency. Regular press releases and public briefings were organized to update the public on the progress of the investigation. These updates were crucial in managing public expectations and preventing the spread of rumors and misinformation. Furthermore, the investigation's openness attracted attention from the academic community and independent researchers, who were granted access to non-sensitive data. This collaborative approach fostered a rich dialogue between military officials, scientists, and ufologists, each bringing unique perspectives to the table. As the investigation unfolded, it became a model of how military organizations could handle unidentified aerial phenomena sightings transparently and scientifically. This approach not only helped to demystify the incident, but also encouraged a more informed and less speculative public discourse on the subject of UFOs and aerial anomalies. The thoroughness of the investigation, while time-consuming and resource-intensive, underscored the Chilean military's commitment to understanding the nature of the sighting fully. By systematically ruling out conventional explanations and considering every possible angle, the task force aimed to provide a conclusive answer to the mystery, or at least to narrow down the possibilities to the most plausible explanations based on empirical evidence and expert analysis. As the investigation into the Chilean Air Force's UFO encounter gained depth and complexity, the incident quickly captured the attention of the global UFO research community. Ufologists and researchers specializing in unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, took a keen interest, offering hypotheses and seeking to draw parallels with similar events documented worldwide. Internationally recognized organizations dedicated to UFO research eagerly followed the developments. Their involvement brought a plethora of theories, ranging from conventional to speculative, into the discussion. Experts from these organizations often highlighted patterns seen in other well-documented encounters, such as the movements of the UFO, its ability to emit heat and gases, and the way it interacted with its environment. These comparisons were vital in framing the Chilean event within a larger context of UAP studies, providing a comparative analysis that enriched the ongoing investigation. Researchers dove into databases of UFO sightings, pulling records of incidents that involved similar characteristics. They examined cases where objects were observed emitting heat or other types of energy, looking for clues that might explain the technology or natural phenomena behind such occurrences. This global perspective helped to situate the Chilean sighting within a broader narrative, suggesting that such encounters might be more common than previously thought and possibly indicative of a yet-to-be-understood phenomenon. The engagement with the international UFO community also opened up discussions on the need for a standardized approach to investigating UAPs. Experts advocated for the use of certain scientific methodologies and technologies, such as satellite tracking, advanced radar systems, and infrared cameras, to improve the detection and analysis of these mysterious objects. The dialogue highlighted the importance of international cooperation in sharing data and research findings, which could lead to more comprehensive understandings of UAPs. The theories proposed by the UFO research community ranged widely. Some researchers posited that the object could be an advanced unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, from an undisclosed aeronautical development program, possibly explaining its unusual thermal and flight characteristics. Others, more inclined toward extraterrestrial hypotheses, speculated about the possibility of non-human origin, citing the advanced capabilities that seemed beyond current human technology. Skeptics within the scientific and aviation communities, however, urged caution. They warned against jumping to conclusions without concrete evidence, advocating for a more grounded approach. These skeptics pointed to past instances where alleged UFO sightings were later explained through more mundane means, such as misidentified aircraft, atmospheric phenomena, or optical illusions created by environmental factors. The Chilean Air Force, aware of the diverse range of theories, worked diligently to maintain a balanced perspective in their investigation. They collaborated with both skeptics and believers to ensure that all possibilities were thoroughly vetted. This inclusive approach not only helped in distilling the vast amount of information and speculation, but also ensured that the investigation remained anchored in verifiable evidence. In addition to the theories revolving around the nature of the UFO, the incident also sparked a renewed interest in how governments handle the disclosure of information regarding UAPs. The Chilean case became a reference point in discussions about transparency and public engagement, with many lauding Chile's openness in dealing with the incident. This aspect of the case encouraged other countries to reconsider their policies on UAP-related information, potentially leading to more open and comprehensive public disclosures in the future. As the investigation progressed, the contributions from the global UFO research community proved invaluable. They not only broadened the scope of the investigation, but also fostered a more open dialogue about UAPs that transcended national boundaries. This collaborative spirit highlighted the universal curiosity and concern surrounding unexplained aerial phenomena, and set a precedent for future encounters, emphasizing the need for a cohesive global approach to understanding these mysterious occurrences. As the Chilean Air Force continued its investigation into the mysterious UFO encounter, a range of theories and speculations proliferated, each offering potential explanations for the observed phenomena. Among these, the extraterrestrial hypothesis garnered significant attention, captivating the imagination of the public and stimulating debate among experts and enthusiasts alike. Extraterrestrial hypotheses. Many in the UFO research community and the general public lean towards the possibility that the object could be of extraterrestrial origin. This theory was supported by the object's seemingly advanced capabilities, such as its rapid maneuvers, the ability to emit heat without visible propulsion systems, and the odd plumes that were unlike any known aircraft emissions. Proponents of this theory cited the lack of conclusive explanations from conventional investigative routes, arguing that the object's technology appeared to surpass current human achievements in aerospace. Alternative explanations. In contrast, a significant number of scientists and skeptics presented alternative explanations grounded in known scientific principles. One popular theory suggested that the object might be an undisclosed experimental military drone, possibly from another nation, testing advanced propulsion systems. This theory was supported by the fact that governments often conduct secret tests of new technological equipment, sometimes without broad disclosure even to other branches of their own military to maintain confidentiality. Atmospheric scientists brought up the possibility of rare atmospheric phenomena that could create illusions or reflections in the sky, misleading observers and instruments alike. Optical illusions, particularly in high-stress, high-altitude flight conditions, could cause pilots and sensors to misinterpret airborne objects. Additionally, advanced mirages, known to occur under certain atmospheric conditions, were proposed as a natural explanation for the sighting. Psychological and sociological perspectives. Psychologists and sociologists also weighed in, discussing the human factors influencing UFO sightings. They pointed out that under conditions of uncertainty and high tension, individuals are more prone to interpret ambiguous stimuli as significant or threatening. This cognitive bias, known as pareidolia, where people see specific, often meaningful images in random or vague visual patterns, could explain why the crew interpreted the anomaly as a structured, intentional object. Furthermore, sociologists discuss the societal impact of UFO sightings, noting that such events often reflect broader cultural anxieties about the unknown and technology. They suggested that public fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life often spikes during periods of social or technological change, highlighting these incidents as manifestations of collective fears and hopes about the future. Continued scrutiny and analysis. Throughout the investigation, the Chilean Air Force remained committed to a rigorous scientific methodology, carefully analyzing all available data and consulting with international experts. They conducted simulations and recreated the flight conditions using different aircraft and sensors to see if they could replicate the observations. These experiments aimed to rule out any equipment malfunctions or environmental factors that could have led to the sighting. As the investigation drew on, the lack of conclusive evidence to support any single theory meant that the UFO encounter remained open to interpretation. This ambiguity kept the conversation alive both within and outside the scientific community, maintaining a cycle of speculation and investigation. The ongoing scrutiny not only highlighted the complexities involved in studying UFOs, but also underscored the limitations of current scientific understanding when faced with anomalies that do not fit neatly into existing frameworks. In conclusion, the diversity of theories about the Chilean UFO sighting illustrates the wide array of possible explanations that exist when confronting unidentified aerial phenomena. From extraterrestrial to experimental technology, natural atmospheric effects to psychological factors, each theory offers a different lens through which to view the mysterious encounter, reflecting the multifaceted nature of human inquiry into the unknown. The 2014 UFO encounter by the Chilean Air Force quickly transcended the confines of a mere military incident to become a significant cultural phenomenon. The public's fascination with the unknown, coupled with the mysterious nature of the event, catapulted the incident into the media spotlight, influencing popular culture and altering public perception of UFOs. Media frenzy. As soon as the footage of the encounter was made public, it ignited a media frenzy. News outlets around the world broadcasted the infrared images of the unidentifiable object, with expert commentators speculating about its origins and implications. The coverage varied widely. While some news organizations approached the story with a degree of skepticism, others leaned into the more sensational aspects, sometimes overshadowing the factual basis of the encounter with speculative commentary. This intense media attention not only heightened public interest, but also placed considerable pressure on the Chilean Air Force and other governmental bodies to provide explanations and maintain transparency. Influence on popular culture. The incident also made its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes in television series, documentaries, and influencing plot lines in science fiction novels and films. These portrayals often depicted the UFO encounter as part of a larger narrative involving government cover-ups, alien conspiracies, or as a catalyst for dramatic interstellar diplomacy. By permeating various forms of entertainment, the incident sparked a broader cultural dialogue about life beyond Earth and humanity's place in the universe. Public perception of UFOs. Perhaps one of the most significant impacts of the incident was on public perception of UFOs. Prior to the incident, public opinion on UFOs often veered towards skepticism or was marred by stigma associated with conspiracy theories. However, the transparency and seriousness with which the Chilean government handled the investigation lent a newfound legitimacy to the discussion of unidentified aerial phenomena. This shift was reflected in surveys and polls, which showed an increase in the number of people willing to consider the possibility of extraterrestrial life and other unexplained aerial phenomena. Educational impact. Academically, the incident was used as a case study in various educational settings, from university courses in astrophysics and aerospace engineering to discussions in psychology and media studies classes. In these academic environments, the incident was analyzed from multiple perspectives, including the scientific implications of the sighting, the psychological aspects of public reactions, and the ways in which media can influence public opinion. This educational engagement helped cultivate a more nuanced understanding of the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. Community involvement. The incident also galvanized community involvement, with amateur astronomers and hobbyist drone operators launching their own investigations. UFO enthusiast groups saw a spike in membership and activity, organizing skywatching events and public talks to educate people about UFO sightings and encourage responsible reporting of such events. International conferences and symposiums. The global interest in the incident led to the organization of several international conferences and symposiums, where experts from around the world gathered to share their research and theories about unidentified aerial phenomena. These meetings not only helped consolidate a global community of researchers and enthusiasts, but also fostered an interdisciplinary approach to studying such phenomena, combining insights from science, sociology, history, and even philosophy. Through these various channels, the Chilean UFO encounter left a lasting impact on society and culture. It challenged existing beliefs, inspired new forms of artistic expression, and stimulated educational and scientific inquiry. Whether as a subject of academic study, a catalyst for artistic creativity, or a phenomenon that brings communities together, the incident remains a compelling example of how unexplained events can influence multiple facets of society, sparking curiosity and debate long after the initial sighting. Despite extensive investigations and widespread discussion, the Chilean Air Force's encounter with the unidentified flying object in 2014 remains shrouded in mystery. The lack of conclusive evidence to definitively explain the UFO sighting has left many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing interest and speculation. This unresolved nature of the incident has ensured its lasting place in the public imagination and continues to influence discussions on aerial phenomena and national security protocols. The continuous interest in the case is evident in the sustained scrutiny by both official and unofficial entities. Researchers, both in Chile and internationally, persist in revisiting the incident, exploring new theories as technological and scientific advancements provide new tools for analysis. The possibility that future technology could unveil more about the nature of the UFO keeps the conversation alive, with experts anticipating breakthroughs in imaging technology, atmospheric science, and data analysis. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting impact on how military and government bodies handle reports of unidentified aerial phenomena. Inspired by the Chilean government's relatively transparent approach, other countries have reevaluated their policies on UFOs. There is a growing movement towards greater openness, driven by a combination of public interest and the potential implications of UFO sightings for national security. This shift is reflected in recent decisions by several governments to declassify portions of their UFO files, making them available for public scrutiny and academic study. The ongoing mystery of the UFO sighting has also led to a broader public discourse about the nature of such phenomena. The incident has encouraged a more serious consideration of what these sightings might mean in the context of global security and humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It challenges the scientific community to consider the limits of current knowledge and explore new frontiers in physics and other related disciplines. In popular culture, the legacy of the Chilean UFO encounter continues to inspire various forms of media expression. Documentaries, podcasts, and fictional adaptations draw on the themes and intrigue of the incident, often using it as a springboard to explore larger existential questions about humanity, technology, and the unknown. These narratives contribute to a cultural landscape where the fascination with UFOs is not only maintained, but also evolves with changing societal attitudes. Furthermore, the incident has fostered an environment where communities around the world engage in more open dialogue about UFOs without the stigma that once surrounded such discussions. Online forums, social media platforms, and public conferences continue to buzz with debates and exchanges about the Chilean sighting, among others, fostering a global community of curious minds united by a shared interest in the unexplained. In conclusion, the 2014 UFO encounter, reported by the Chilean Air Force, serves as a compelling chapter in the ongoing narrative of humanity's encounter with the unknown. It remains a poignant reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our skies, and a testament to the enduring human drive to understand the seemingly incomprehensible. As it stands, the incident not only continues to intrigue and inspire, but also shapes ongoing conversations about the boundaries of science, the responsibilities of governments, and the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our current understanding. In the cold upper reaches of Earth, where flight paths cut through skies layered with ice and silence, military aircraft serve as both transportation and symbol, trusted, tested machines that brave the world's most unforgiving climates. One such aircraft was the Canadian Forces C-54 Skymaster, a four-engine transport plane used routinely in Arctic operations during the early 1960s. Built to be rugged and reliable, it carried cargo, personnel, and at times classified payloads through snow-blind corridors above the North Atlantic. On a winter day in 1964, one of these aircraft lifted off from Goose Bay, Labrador, headed for Thule Air Base in Greenland. It was a route the military knew well. The plane never arrived. Its crew called her the Snowbird, a name fitting for a plane that routinely danced with sub-zero altitudes, skating through clouds between icy islands and frozen fjords. That morning, the Skymaster carried 6 Canadian military personnel and a modest load of cargo. There was nothing unusual in the mission, and nothing in the pre-flight checks to raise alarm. The crew, seasoned in northern navigation, understood the hazards: crosswinds, poor visibility, radio blackouts, and the ever-present cold. But on that day, forecasts were clear. The aircraft's departure went as expected. Weather conditions were within operational limits, and the flight's course was well-traveled, with military radars along the way ready to monitor its movement. Initial radio contact confirmed the Snowbird had reached cruising altitude. It was approximately halfway through its journey when the silence began. A routine position report never came. Controllers reached out, expecting a delay in check-in, maybe a frequency change or signal bounce. When there was still no reply after 10 minutes, then 20, the worry became formal. The aircraft had disappeared from communication, and soon after, from radar entirely. It was difficult to tell precisely when the plane vanished. In the Arctic, signals flicker, instruments shift under magnetic strain, and contact can dip in and out for no clear reason. But this was different. There was no fading signal, no static-filled final transmission, no distress call. The Snowbird had gone from present to absent in an instant, as if the sky had simply closed behind it. An immediate alert was issued. Canadian and American forces launched coordinated search and rescue operations from both coasts of Greenland and from Labrador. Aircraft combed the planned route, while teams on snowmobiles and dog sleds explored isolated fjords and ice fields. From the air, spotters scanned the snow for anything: an oil sheen, a shadow beneath the surface, a tear in the whiteness. There was nothing. The Arctic has a way of swallowing things. Planes, boats, and stories disappear into its depths, as if the landscape itself is complicit in their erasure. The rescue teams knew this well, yet held on to hope. Even with freezing temperatures and relentless winds, a survival scenario wasn't impossible. Emergency beacons had been known to fail in the cold. Crews had survived crash landings in worse conditions. But as days passed, hope thinned. No emergency beacon had activated. No visual trace of the aircraft or its crew was ever spotted. The grid widened, helicopters refueled mid-air to extend their range, and coastlines were flown over again and again. Search ships traced the edge of drifting ice, sonar pinging into black water beneath fractured floes. But still, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sound, no signal. Only the low growl of engines slicing through silence. After 2 weeks, the operation was scaled back. The official presumption was that the Snowbird had gone down somewhere over the ocean or ice shelf, breaking apart and sinking below visibility. The cause remained unknown. Icing, mechanical failure, navigational error, any could be possible. But there was no data to support any theory. The Arctic, as always, offered no clues. In the aftermath, families were told the search had ended. They were left with no grave, no explanation, only a cold void where answers should have been. For the military, It was logged as a loss during routine transport. Tragic, but not unprecedented. The Cold War had many such silences. Still, for those who followed the story closely, something felt off. This wasn't just a disappearance. It was the complete absence of any trace. No debris, no distress, no drifted parts. In Arctic aviation, even violent crashes tend to leave marks. The snowbird, it seemed, had simply left the sky. Years would pass before questions resurfaced, and strange findings would cast shadows on the official account. But in 1964, the snowbird vanished with barely a sound, and the ice, as it often does, closed itself around the mystery. In the hours following the disappearance, a sense of urgency swept across Canada's northeastern military network. The Arctic is no place for delay. If the snowbird had made an emergency landing, time was already working against its crew. At temperatures well below freezing, with daylight brief and wind speeds cruel, survival was a narrow window. Every hour without contact tightened that window further. The initial assumption was straightforward: mechanical failure or navigational disorientation. It had happened before, though rarely with no warning at all. The military's first step was to backtrack the flight's last confirmed location. The snowbird had been on course, flying at altitude over the Labrador Sea, approaching Greenland's western edge. The radar contact had been faint, normal for that region, but it hadn't returned. That's when the search began. Rescue efforts launched from Goose Bay, from Thule, and from U.S. bases scattered along the North Atlantic corridor. Aircraft equipped with infrared scanners flew grid patterns day and night. Their crews peered through frosted windows, tracing white on white, searching for the unnatural. A wing, a shadow, a glint of aluminum in the snow. Helicopters ventured into fjords and valleys, landing on remote ice to investigate dark spots or anomalies picked up by satellite images. Naval ships patrolled the open waters north of Baffin Island, ready for any sign of debris. Canadian Rangers, indigenous guides trained for Arctic survival, joined foot patrols through the rough terrain, probing the snowdrifts and rock fields for answers. Despite these immense efforts, no distress signal was ever recorded. The snowbird's emergency beacon, designed to activate automatically in a crash, had not transmitted. Not even a fragment of wing or fuselage was found. Radios crackled with possibilities. Had the beacon failed? Had the plane broken apart mid-air? Could it have sunk under thin ice and vanished beneath the surface? Search teams remained hopeful in the first few days. Downed aircraft had been found before, sometimes after weeks, but usually with at least some clue. Oil, fabric, a life raft carried by current. Here, there was only blankness. By the fifth day, crews began searching beyond the original flight path, exploring the possibility that wind or ice might have carried wreckage elsewhere. Still, the Arctic remained mute. Back home, the disappearance dominated military briefings and gripped local headlines. Families clung to updates, each new lead a flicker of hope. But those hopes dimmed as the reality set in. There were no leads, only absence. The search lasted more than 2 weeks. As the days grew shorter and weather worsened, aircraft were grounded more frequently. Fuel costs climbed. Risks to search personnel increased. Eventually, the operation was officially stood down. An advisory was issued. Presumed crash due to unknown cause. No survivors expected. Officially, the file was closed. The snowbird and its crew had been lost during routine Arctic transit, likely due to mechanical or weather-related failure. But privately, among the pilots and officers who had searched, that answer never truly settled. It wasn't just the disappearance. It was the precision of it, the completeness, the lack of trace, in a region where even the fiercest crashes often leave scars on snow and ice. In the following years, the story faded from headlines, but not from memory. In mess halls and on northern airstrips, the name Snowbird was still spoken quietly. It became something of a ghost flight, a reminder of the unforgiving sky and the limits of technology in a place ruled by cold and silence. Some mysteries in the Arctic are buried under layers of snow. Others, it seems, are lost in the space between radar blips and the quiet places where nothing answers back. The snowbird had become one of them. Weeks had passed since the snowbird vanished into Arctic air, and the official search had ended. But for those involved in the operation, pilots, radar technicians, search and rescue teams, the silence that followed was almost more unnerving than the disappearance itself. Usually, something turned up. A piece of metal, a fuel slick, a bit of fabric drifting in the sea. But the snowbird left no signature behind. It was as if the plane had simply never existed. Despite the search being scaled down, a few aircraft continued flying the route unofficially, mapping areas not originally covered. These weren't missions on the record. They were quiet loops through unflown corridors, motivated by instinct more than protocol. In the north, there's a kind of unspoken obligation among air crews. If one of your own goes missing, you keep looking, even if no one tells you to. The Canadian military reviewed every radar record from that day. Cold War surveillance systems along the Arctic Circle, shared between NORAD and Canadian Air Command, logged aircraft movements minute by minute. Controllers double-checked the last known ping, noted at a routine altitude just before the signal blinked out. There had been no climb, no sudden descent. Just a faint echo. Then nothing. What puzzled many was the absence of disruption. No deviation, no loss of speed, no signal of an unfolding emergency. The Sky Master had been cruising cleanly, as if everything was normal right up until it wasn't. For seasoned aviators, this was the detail that stuck. If it had been weather, why no call? If it had been mechanical, why no signs of distress? There was another layer to the puzzle: geography. Much of the snowbird's path crossed vast regions of thick sea ice and glacial rock, where even large aircraft can vanish with ease. A controlled ditching into frozen water might pull an entire fuselage under the surface in minutes. If ice closed over the site quickly, any physical trace would be sealed away until thawed, if it thawed at all. But even in such cases, fragments often escape. The Arctic moves constantly, pushing wreckage to shorelines or thinning over time. Here, nothing moved. The case grew colder. Military reports were filed, classified, and stored. Families were offered words of sympathy and the kind of closure that came without explanation. In remote bases, the snowbird was quietly memorialized, not with statues or ceremonies, but with stories told over quiet meals and on long northern flights. Pilots would glance at the ice below and wonder where it might be, if it was even still whole. Years passed. The Cold War deepened. Technology advanced. Satellites began to map the Earth more fully, and aerial surveillance stretched farther across the globe. Still, nothing turned up. Occasionally, blips appeared on radar near Greenland's coast, unidentified returns that vanished as quickly as they came, but none could be traced back to the snowbird. Each time, teams followed up, hopeful, only to find ice shadows, trick reflections, or nothing at all. Eventually, the case took on a different kind of silence, the kind that turns mystery into legend. The snowbird wasn't just a lost aircraft anymore. It became a symbol among northern flyers, the one that got away, the flight that never called, never cried out, and never came home. Its memory was carried not in archives, but in cautious glances toward the horizon and unspoken respect for a sky that offers no guarantees. And then, long after the search had ended, long after official channels had stopped looking, something unexpected surfaced. A fragment, a hint, a small piece of metal bearing an identification code, one that matched the missing aircraft. But it was found far from where it should have been. The silence, it seemed, was not the end of the story. It was only the beginning of something stranger. More than a decade had passed since the snowbird vanished, and the trail had long gone cold. Official records were boxed and archived, families had received their final letters, and those involved in the original search had either moved on or retired. The loss had become history, quiet, unresolved, and filed away. But for those who remembered, the story never really faded. It lingered in the background, resurfacing from time to time in aviation circles, in northern mess halls, and in the memories of those who had flown that same corridor and looked down, wondering. In communities across Labrador and coastal Greenland, where northern skies and military aircraft are a part of daily life, The snowbird was not forgotten. Locals recalled the low hum of search planes overhead during those weeks in 1964, the strange quiet that followed, and the stories that trickled through afterward. There were murmurs of an aircraft seen briefly in a blizzard, lights low on the horizon, then gone. Whispers of strange signals caught on old civilian radios. These were passed off as folklore, perhaps even stress-tinged memories in harsh conditions. But the persistence of those stories hinted at something deeper. For the families of the lost crew, time didn't dull the questions. Without wreckage, there was no grave. Without cause, no closure. Every few years, one of the relatives would write to the Canadian military or Department of National Defense, asking if anything new had been found. The answers never changed. Nothing new to report. Still, the story stayed alive in the shadows. Aviation researchers began to include the snowbird in growing lists of unexplained flight disappearances. Cases where aircraft had gone missing without distress calls, in fair weather, with no trace. These were often mentioned in the same breath as much larger, more well-known mysteries. But unlike those, the snowbird had occurred in a time and place where isolation itself could erase evidence. As new generations of pilots were trained, instructors occasionally told the story, not to frighten, but to remind. Of vigilance, of unpredictability, of how even the best machines and the most experienced crews could disappear without a sound. The snowbird became a cautionary tale, a ghost flight of the North. By the late 1970s, as Cold War tensions continued to shape Arctic airspace, renewed interest in the region's history brought a few researchers back to the snowbird's file. It wasn't prompted by any new evidence, just curiosity, and a sense that something about the case had never quite fit. One aviation historian began collecting anecdotal accounts from locals in eastern Greenland. Another started reviewing old magnetic mapping charts from the 1960s, looking for interference anomalies that could have affected navigation. What they found were inconsistencies, odd weather patterns logged around the time of the flight, irregular compass readings reported by other aircraft in nearby airspace that same week, and early military radar data that showed a blip deviating far from the snowbird's intended route, but never explained. None of it proved anything, but it was enough to reopen interest. Questions began to resurface. Could the aircraft have veered hundreds of miles off course? Was the failure not mechanical, but navigational? Or had something else entirely interfered? And then came the reports of debris. Small, scattered, and oddly located. The story of the snowbird, it seemed, wasn't quite finished. Somewhere in the far north, something had begun to re-emerge from the ice. It began quietly, almost without notice. In the late 1970s, a geological survey team working along the southeastern fjords of Greenland, hundreds of miles off the snowbird's planned route, came across something unusual wedged into a narrow ravine. A section of corroded metal, half buried in scree, bearing faded stenciled markings. At first, it was assumed to be debris from a weather balloon, or perhaps Cold War military equipment dumped long ago. But one technician, a former airman, recognized the style of the code. When the fragment was analyzed more closely, it revealed part of a serial number, one that matched the Canadian Force's missing Skymaster, the Snowbird. The news was passed through official channels, quietly at first, and then with growing curiosity. This wasn't where the plane was supposed to be, not remotely. The debris had been found nearly 150 miles east of its intended flight path, tucked into terrain so remote and rugged that no aircraft would have flown there without good reason. More pieces followed. Over the next 5 years, hikers, hunters, and Arctic researchers reported other small finds. A cracked portion of an engine cowling, an aluminum panel warped by exposure, a boot sole hardened by time. These artifacts were found far apart, often in inaccessible places, scattered like breadcrumbs in a region known for its glacial shifts and bitter wind. But none of it fit. The distribution of the parts didn't suggest a violent crash or an explosive breakup. In fact, many were oddly intact, showing little of the damage expected from a high-speed impact. There were no scorch marks, no melted edges. Some theorized that the aircraft might have made a forced landing, hard but survivable, and that the Arctic's slow, grinding elements had carried the remains far from the original site. Still, there was no fuselage, no engines, No instruments or cockpit remains, just fragments, mysteriously far from where they should have been. For many, it raised more questions than it answered. How did they end up there? Had the plane been blown that far off course by wind or navigational failure? Or had it landed and then somehow disappeared? The Snowbird was no longer just a lost aircraft. It was now a riddle with pieces that didn't quite add up. The rediscovery of Snowbird's fragments reignited a quiet storm of questions within aviation circles. What was once a closed case, another Cold War-era loss to the Arctic, was now a live puzzle. Researchers, historians, and retired military pilots began combing through flight charts, magnetic field logs, and weather data from that day in 1964. Theories that had once been dismissed were now revisited with fresh interest. Among the first ideas re-examined was navigational interference. In the 1960s, flying over the high latitudes often meant flying through areas where compasses became unreliable due to magnetic variation. Some theorized that the Snowbird's instruments could have been thrown off by a geomagnetic storm, an intense solar event known to disrupt radios, compasses, and even early autopilot systems. It wasn't out of the question. In fact, archived solar weather data showed mild solar activity during the week of the disappearance. Not enough to cause chaos, but perhaps enough to confuse a flight already vulnerable to Arctic variables. Another theory returned to the human element. Could the crew have made a decision to divert the flight, perhaps due to a mechanical issue they chose not to radio in? If they attempted a detour toward a more visible or familiar coastal route, it might explain the strange easterly position of the recovered debris. But again, that left another question. Why no distress signal? Investigators also reconsidered the possibility of a slow, controlled descent. The relatively undamaged nature of the fragments, no burn marks, no catastrophic signs, suggested a scenario in which the plane didn't crash at full speed. Could it have landed on ice, intact, and broken apart over time as glacial movements carried the pieces outward? If so, the main wreckage might still be locked beneath the ice, preserved, untouched. As these ideas circulated, a more unsettling possibility also emerged: interference of another kind. Some radar operators from the Cold War era came forward with declassified reports of unknown returns on Arctic radars from that same week. Blips with no transponder signals, no flight plans, and no clear identity. These anomalies had been dismissed at the time as glitches. Now, a few questioned whether they were something more. It was a theory with no proof, just timing and speculation, but it spread quickly. The idea that the Snowbird might have encountered something unexplained in the sky wasn't taken seriously by everyone, but it wasn't laughed off either. In a region where compasses spin and silence can be deceiving, even the outlandish starts to feel plausible. The official stance remained unchanged. But among those who knew the skies, the rediscovery of the fragments had changed everything. The Snowbird had not simply vanished. It had left behind pieces, silent, scattered evidence that something had happened. What exactly, no one could yet say. But the story was no longer a disappearance. It was an unfolding mystery, still drifting just beyond reach. The story of the Snowbird had settled into quiet legend, preserved in the faded corners of military records and the memories of those who'd once scanned white horizons for a glimpse of silver fuselage. But in the 1980s, as new attention fell on those long-forgotten fragments recovered in Greenland's fjords, the mystery took a sharper edge. Now, it wasn't just about a missing aircraft. It was about what had been missed, or perhaps ignored, in the earliest days after it disappeared. The Canadian military, in response to growing interest from civilian researchers, quietly reopened its files on the Snowbird's final flight. What they found surprised even those who had been involved from the beginning. Alongside the official reports of the search and recovery efforts were logs that had never been fully reviewed. Handwritten notes from radar operators, preliminary transcripts, and internal communications between airbases and early NORAD listening posts. These documents hadn't been hidden. They'd simply been archived and forgotten in the shuffle of Cold War bureaucracy. Among the more curious rediscoveries was a sequence of radar returns logged by a U.S. outpost in northeastern Greenland. On the day of the Snowbird's disappearance, the station recorded an object moving at standard altitude across the radar net. initially presumed to be the Canadian aircraft itself. But then something odd occurred. The return abruptly shifted course, veering far east and dropping in altitude before vanishing entirely. The trajectory didn't match any known flight plan and wasn't flagged at the time due to the assumption that the blip had been an unrelated flight or a technical error caused by interference. After all, radar anomalies were common near the pole. But decades later, when the data was matched with the location where the snowbird fragments had been found, the path lined up almost perfectly. What had once been discarded as noise now looked suspiciously like a flight deviation, a real-time record of the plane veering far off its expected route. The question was, why? Retired personnel who had served in Arctic surveillance stations during that era were contacted. Some recalled the event faintly, but others remembered strange activity in the skies during that week. Unidentified blips, temporary equipment malfunctions, or radio blackouts that weren't fully explained. One technician, then only in his 20s, recalled a faint emergency tone heard briefly over a secondary monitoring frequency, one never used for official traffic. He reported it at the time, but it had been brushed off. There was no evidence it came from the snowbird. But in hindsight, he wondered. It became increasingly clear that the Arctic in the 1960s was a chaotic and heavily watched place. Military operations, weather experiments, early satellite tests. There was a storm of classified activity, much of which was never publicly documented. Some theorized that the snowbird may have unknowingly entered restricted airspace or encountered classified operations that, in the confusion, were never properly reported. If a radar station had tracked the aircraft going off course but didn't connect it to the missing Canadian plane, it could explain why the search had started in the wrong place, and why it ended without answers. Others took the theory further. Could there have been an interception? A misidentification? During the Cold War, such possibilities were not just conceivable, but dangerously common. Stories of near misses between NATO and Soviet aircraft were frequent in military circles. If the snowbird had been mistaken for something else, something unfriendly, could it have been forced down, accidentally targeted, or deliberately hidden? None of these ideas could be confirmed, of course. There were no records of interception, no reports of conflict. And yet, the gaps in documentation only invited more speculation. If the fragments were found in a location inconsistent with any plausible crash arc, and if no distress call was made, then something about the disappearance defied conventional explanation. Still, not everyone embraced the darker theories. Experienced pilots pointed to simpler, if no less tragic, possibilities. A navigational failure, compass drift perhaps, combined with a failure of the pressurization system could have rendered the crew unconscious. The aircraft might have continued on its own, guided only by autopilot or prevailing winds, eventually descending or breaking up in an area far from where anyone expected. It was a clean explanation, but it didn't quite match the condition of the recovered fragments. They seemed too intact, too misplaced. In the end, what the rediscovered documents did was shift the snowbird from a forgotten loss into an open case, one surrounded by layers of uncertainty and fragments of overlooked truth. Researchers compiled everything they could: satellite data, radar charts, recovered parts, and laid them out like a puzzle missing just one or two critical pieces. And that was the trouble. It was always just short of certainty. The snowbird had returned, in part, from the silence, but not enough to explain what truly happened that day in 1964. It remained a question half-answered, a story retold in parts. And as the search continued, now digital, now forensic, now historical, the Arctic skies seemed to hold on to their secrets just a little longer. Decades had passed, but the Arctic never forgot. It held the snowbird's final secret beneath its endless white, untouched, unmapped, and unsolved. The fragments discovered along Greenland's rugged coastline were all that ever surfaced. The fuselage, cockpit, engines, and the 6 souls on board remained where they had vanished, locked in a mystery that the cold seemed determined to keep. But while the land gave up little, those drawn to the snowbird refused to let the trail go cold again. By the early 2000s, advances in satellite imagery, ice-penetrating radar, and remote sensing technology offered new hope. Civilian researchers, retired military officials, and a new generation of Arctic historians began revisiting the disappearance with tools far beyond what was available in 1964. Scans of Greenland's southern ice sheet, especially along routes connected to the recovered debris, were analyzed for anomalies, depressions, or metallic signals beneath layers of compacted snow. There were moments of excitement. A radar signature, faint but structured, was detected in a glacial pocket less than 70 kilometers from the fjord, where parts of the aircraft had first been found. But harsh terrain, unpredictable weather, and limited funding delayed any serious ground exploration. The location, remote even by Arctic standards, remained out of reach. Some in the aviation community advocated for a renewed official investigation. They argued that the Snowbird wasn't just a lost plane. It was a case study in Cold War-era search limitations, the fragility of flight in high-latitude conditions, and the enduring gaps in early international cooperation over shared airspace. But official bodies remained hesitant. The case, long considered closed, wasn't a priority for a new generation of policymakers. Still, the Snowbird never truly left the public consciousness. Documentaries were produced. Articles resurfaced in aviation magazines. Podcasts dissected the case, drawing in new audiences captivated by the surreal image of a plane that simply vanished. With every new mention, another layer of curiosity was added to the legend. And then there were the families. Time had dulled the sharpest pain, but not the longing. For children who had grown up without answers, closure remained elusive. Some had never even seen the last resting place of their fathers or brothers. A few made pilgrimages to the region, standing in vast, empty landscapes beneath sky-stretched silence, where the only sound was the wind pushing through ice. They weren't searching for debris. They were reaching for connection, a place to grieve, a point to begin and end the story. In a small memorial ceremony held in 2014, on the 50th anniversary of the flight, veterans, family members, and Arctic pilots gathered at Goose Bay. Stories were shared. Names were read. The Snowbird was remembered not only as a tragedy, but as a reminder that in aviation, even the best-trained crews and the most reliable machines can be humbled by nature's scale and by the unknown. What remains today is not just the unanswered question of where the Snowbird fell, but how easily silence can swallow even the most traceable of things. In an age before global satellite tracking, before real-time black box transmissions and digital fail-safes, flights relied as much on the eyes and ears of their crew as on the steel beneath them. A navigational hiccup, a whiteout, a shift in wind. Any of these could start a chain of events that no one would see coming. There's also the lingering possibility, small but persistent, that the Snowbird didn't just vanish. It was missed. Misread on a radar. Misplaced on a chart. That in the chaos of overlapping military activity, experimental aircraft, and sensitive Cold War operations, the truth of its last moments was quietly buried under layers of need-to-know silences and fractured record-keeping. But maybe the final answer will never come. Perhaps the Snowbird's real story lies not in a definitive explanation, but in its resonance. It represents the margins of control in aviation, the quiet power of an environment that offers no second chances, and the humility required to fly through such places. Not every disappearance is destined for resolution. Some remain, like the Arctic itself, open, endless, and frozen in time. So the Snowbird remains a question in the sky, a ghost in the ice. Its story told not in certainty, but in the search. And maybe that's what gives it its haunting power. That in a world so mapped, so digitized, so explained, we can still lose something so completely. Somewhere beyond the edge of radar, beneath snow too deep for memory, a plane waits. Whether it will be found or not doesn't change what it's already given. A reminder that mystery still exists, that even in silence, some stories still speak. In commercial aviation, few places in the world are as busy and precisely controlled as the skies above Los Angeles International Airport. Known simply as LAX, this sprawling hub is home to hundreds of daily takeoffs and landings, where air traffic controllers choreograph streams of incoming and outgoing flights with near-flawless coordination. At around 3,000 feet, just a few miles from final approach, pilots are focused, systems are configured for landing, and every second is part of a rehearsed and monitored ballet. So when an American Airlines pilot, flying a routine approach into LAX on August 30th, 2020, looked out his window and reported seeing something wildly out of place, the entire system paused to take notice. Tower, American, 1997. We just passed a guy in a jetpack. The transmission was calm, clipped, and strangely casual, but the words hung in the air like vapor. A guy. In a jetpack. At 3,000 feet, on the approach path to one of the busiest airports in the world. The controller, caught between routine chatter and disbelief, asked the pilot to confirm. He did. Moments later, another voice crackled over the radio. A JetBlue pilot, on a nearby approach vector, chimed in with the same observation. A humanoid figure, upright, flying alone through open sky. No wings, no visible support, just flying. At first, there was an air of disbelief. Not denial exactly, but that pause between hearing something unusual and truly processing it. Pilots are trained observers. They know the difference between a bird, a balloon, and a person. Their reports don't come from imagination or exaggeration. They come from discipline, training, and 1,000 hours behind the yoke. If they saw something, it wasn't a joke. And they weren't the only ones. LAX Tower immediately alerted law enforcement and the Federal Aviation Administration. The term jetpack lit up radios and inboxes in minutes. Within the hour, the FBI had been notified. It wasn't just a strange sighting. It was a potential breach of highly controlled Class B airspace, a safety concern that could not be ignored. Jetpacks, as far as most people understood, were the stuff of comic books and air shows. Yes, the technology existed in experimental form, but they weren't widely available, and their limitations were well known. Short flight times, low altitude, extreme fuel consumption. The idea of someone hovering at commercial altitudes for any length of time was, to experts, next to impossible. And yet, there were now multiple eyewitnesses from 2 commercial aircraft, all describing the same thing. LAPD dispatched helicopters to canvass the area. News crews began calling aviation authorities. The story was strange, yes, but this was Los Angeles, a place where helicopters fly low, stunts are commonplace, and the occasional oddity in the sky isn't entirely unheard of. But this was different. This was controlled airspace. This was close to final approach, where jets are vulnerable and margins are slim. And the figure, whoever, or whatever, it was, had vanished by the time aircraft were redirected to get a closer look. Back in the control tower, the recording of the pilot's transmission was already being reviewed. The audio was shared among aviation circles and online forums within hours. "We just saw the guy pass by us in the jetpack," the JetBlue pilot added later, as the transmission looped back through public replay. The reports were consistent. Upright figure, no wings, no obvious propulsion source, just flying alongside a jet. Within days, the sighting was national news. Headlines toggled between amused curiosity and serious safety concern. Was this a rogue inventor, a publicity stunt, a drone designed to look like a person, or something more advanced than what the public knew? The FAA launched an investigation, as did the FBI, citing potential violations of airspace regulations and serious risks to flight safety. But no individual came forward. No known jetpack test flight had been scheduled or cleared in the region, and no wreckage, equipment, or follow-up sighting was found that day. The skies above LAX returned to normal, but the radar logs now included a gap, a moment when something unexplainable shared airspace with a Boeing 737. For the pilots involved, it was a brief moment, an odd blip in an otherwise standard descent. But for investigators, it was the beginning of a deeper mystery, one that would repeat itself in the months to come. Because this wasn't the last time Jetpack Guy would appear over Los Angeles. In fact, it was just the first. 6 weeks after the initial report, the skies over Los Angeles once again played host to something no one could quite explain. On October 14th, 2020, another commercial aircraft, this time a China Airlines flight on final approach into LAX, reported an object strikingly similar to the one described by American and JetBlue pilots weeks earlier. The pilot's voice came through air traffic control frequencies with the same blend of calm professionalism and subtle disbelief. "We just saw a flying object. Looked like a person in a jetpack." Once again, The figure had been spotted thousands of feet above the ground, dangerously close to the descent path into one of the busiest airports in the world. The timing, the location, and the description all echoed the earlier sighting. But despite an expanded response and active surveillance by the LAPD, no trace of the jetpack-like figure was found. It was becoming harder to dismiss the incident as a one-off error or a case of mistaken identity. These weren't casual eyewitnesses. These were commercial airline pilots with thousands of flight hours logged, trained to recognize potential hazards, and required to report them with accuracy and clarity. And now, there were more of them, saying the same thing. The FAA confirmed both sightings had been officially logged. Investigators reviewed radar data, flight paths, and local air traffic activity. Still, nothing showed up on radar. No transponders were active. No known aircraft, manned or unmanned, were authorized in the area at those altitudes. If someone was truly flying a jetpack near LAX, they were doing so without coordination or clearance, a major violation of U.S. airspace regulations. Jetpack manufacturers were quick to comment, some with interest, others with frustration. The consensus among industry experts was simple: this shouldn't be possible. The technology to fly solo with a jetpack does exist, but it comes with sharp limitations. Current jetpacks can fly for only 30 seconds to a few minutes, rarely above 1,500 feet, and require highly controlled conditions to remain airborne safely, and certainly not at the altitudes and distances described by pilots in controlled airspace, above dense urban sprawl and near passenger aircraft. David Mayman, CEO of Jetpack Aviation, a Los Angeles-based company developing jetpack technology, openly stated that if someone had built a device capable of flying for extended periods at commercial altitudes, it would represent a leap beyond the current state of the art. And he would know. His company's jetpacks, while impressive, are not capable of the range, altitude, or stealth described in these incidents. As aviation authorities scrambled for explanations, the general public latched onto the mystery. News outlets began calling the figure Jetpack Guy. It became a social media curiosity. Memes and mock videos popped up, some humorous, others speculative. But behind the levity was a growing concern. Whoever, or whatever, was in the skies near LAX wasn't just turning heads. They were entering protected airspace, putting aircraft, passengers, and crews at risk. By November, the FAA and FBI had launched a joint investigation. Every agency with a stake in aviation safety was now watching closely. They reviewed reports, canvassed local airports, questioned operators of experimental aircraft, and scanned satellite imagery. Helicopters were deployed in the area with infrared and high-resolution cameras. Still, no definitive source. Then came a new lead. Around the same time as the second sighting, a video surfaced online showing what appeared to be a human-like figure drifting along the coast near Palos Verdes, south of LAX. Captured by a local flight school during a training exercise, the video showed a floating object, dark in shape and upright in posture, slowly moving through the air at around 3,000 feet. It didn't behave like a balloon, but it also didn't appear to have visible propulsion. It hovered, it drifted, and then disappeared into the haze. The footage deepened the mystery. Was this the same entity spotted by commercial pilots? Was it a drone made to resemble a person, perhaps even with a mannequin attached? Or was this simply a case of optical illusion, a stray object caught in the right light, seen from the wrong angle? Speculation began to stretch. Some experts suggested a sophisticated drone, possibly a hobbyist project gone too far. Others floated the idea of an elaborate hoax, though how such a prank could evade multiple radar systems and fly alongside aircraft without consequence remained unanswered. What was certain, however, was that this wasn't going away. LAX controllers continued to warn pilots to report any unusual aerial activity, and pilots, now aware of the prior sightings, were watching more closely. It wasn't a question of whether the jetpack guy would return. It was a question of when, and what, if anything, would be waiting for him on the ground. By early 2021, the jetpack guy had evolved from an aviation oddity into a full-blown mystery. With 3 pilot sightings logged near LAX and a growing archive of videos and speculation, the phenomenon was no longer a fleeting curiosity. It was a potential threat to flight safety. And still, there were no answers. No individual had come forward. No jetpack had been recovered. And no government agency could confirm what, exactly, was moving through controlled airspace, undetected and untraced. The Federal Aviation Administration and the FBI remained at the helm of the investigation, but their updates became increasingly scarce. The absence of solid leads was baffling. In an age of constant surveillance, radar coverage, and drone regulation, how could something, whether manned or unmanned, appear and disappear with such precision? The question wasn't rhetorical. It was one investigators were asking behind closed doors. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Police Department, which had initially treated the sightings as a potential airspace violation, began taking a more active role. Helicopter patrols were deployed intermittently through the LAX approach corridor, particularly during peak travel times when traffic converged into tight formations on descent. LAPD air support teams flew grid searches, scanning for signs of jetpack activity using thermal cameras and long-range lenses. Nothing turned up. Not a blip. Not a trail. The airspace remained quiet until the next report came in. On July 28, 2021, the mystery returned. A Boeing 747 pilot, again descending into LAX, radioed air traffic control. "We just passed a guy in a jetpack." The location was consistent with previous sightings, 5 miles from the airport, around 5,000 feet. This time, ATC quickly notified other nearby aircraft and launched an immediate response. Helicopters were dispatched. Airspace data was reviewed in real time. Still, nothing. What made this fourth sighting more alarming was its consistency. The reports were no longer isolated. They followed a pattern. Similar altitudes, locations, and descriptions. Each time, the figure was seen hovering upright, traveling at a steady speed. No wings, no rotors, and no visible means of lift other than what could only be described as a jetpack. Yet, jetpack experts continued to raise doubts. While several companies around the world were actively developing personal flight systems, some of them quite advanced, the physics didn't align with what pilots were describing. Real jetpacks, even those powered by miniature turbines, couldn't sustain flight at 3,000 or 5,000 feet for long periods. They used enormous amounts of fuel. They generated intense heat and noise. They were notoriously difficult to control at high altitudes or in congested airspace. The idea that someone could fly repeatedly near one of the world's busiest airports with that level of precision and remain unidentified, it just didn't compute. One working theory began to gain traction. Perhaps the sightings weren't of a human at all. Perhaps what the pilots were seeing was a drone, highly customized to look like a person in flight. Drone technology had advanced rapidly in recent years, and high-performance platforms could now mimic humanoid shapes. A mannequin or foam figure, paired with a sophisticated propulsion system, might appear from a distance to be a person flying upright. It was a plausible explanation, at least more plausible than a lone jetpack pilot defying altitude limits and FAA regulations undetected. But if it was a drone, it was being flown far beyond the line-of-sight rules required by law, with flight durations and range capabilities not available to the average hobbyist. That suggested either a high-budget operation, a reckless daredevil, or someone intentionally trying to provoke a response. The fact that it had happened repeatedly, and always near LAX, implied planning. Despite all this, authorities remained cagey. Official statements confirmed that investigations were ongoing, but declined to share technical details. Internally, FAA analysts were reviewing radar logs and ADS-B tracking data from the time of the sightings. Military radar inputs were also considered, though it was unclear whether the figure had ever registered on any system. That alone raised even more questions. Was the object simply too small to reflect radar? Or was something else interfering? Journalists covering the story began to dig deeper. They contacted jetpack companies, aerospace experts, and drone hobbyists. Most agreed. This wasn't likely to be a prank. Whoever was doing this had access to advanced equipment, knowledge of aviation corridors, and a clear sense of timing. And still, nothing concrete emerged. The media narrative oscillated between playful headlines and serious concerns. The FAA reiterated its warnings. Entering controlled airspace without clearance, especially in proximity to commercial aircraft, could result in severe penalties or prosecution. But no suspect was named. No arrests were made. No footage, beyond the now famous Palos Verdes video, had captured the figure up close. By mid-2021, the jetpack guy had become aviation's high-altitude phantom, real enough to be seen, but elusive enough to vanish without a trace. Pilots were instructed to continue reporting any sightings. Radar techs kept their eyes on unusual returns. And overhead, the descent into Los Angeles continued, one jet at a time, gliding through the sky where something unknown had passed not long before. By the end of 2021, the mystery of the so-called jetpack guy had transformed from an odd aviation anecdote into an unsolved case drawing attention from pilots, investigators, and even intelligence analysts. Despite 4 confirmed pilot reports, ground searches, and a viral video, there was still no definitive explanation. And then came something new. A clue, but of a different kind. In December 2020, a video began circulating on aviation forums and social media. It had been captured several months earlier by flight instructors near Palos Verdes, south of LAX. In the grainy footage, a humanoid-shaped figure appears to hover motionless at high altitude over the ocean. There were no wings, no contrail, no visible propulsion. It simply floated. The figure's legs dangled loosely, as if from a mannequin, and it drifted with the wind, eerily steady in its upright posture. Some experts quickly pointed to the possibility that the object wasn't a person at all, but a balloon. A very specific kind of balloon. Perhaps a novelty inflatable shaped like a human or superhero. Others weren't convinced. The object's stability and behavior in the air suggested more than passive drifting. Still, the theory gained ground. Could this explain the pilot sightings? Could a life-sized balloon, caught in a thermal or carried by upper-level winds, be the entire mystery? The FBI quietly acknowledged the theory in early 2021, noting that one working theory was that the sightings involved a balloon made to resemble a jetpack-equipped figure. But they didn't confirm that this explained everything. The locations didn't quite match. The altitudes reported by pilots seemed high for a standard inflatable, and the behavior, floating alongside jets on approach, didn't fully add up. The Palos Verdes footage complicated rather than clarified things. If it was a balloon, who launched it? Why? And why hadn't it been recovered? Investigators were left with another piece of the puzzle, but no corner pieces to frame the bigger picture. For many, the mystery only deepened. Because while the balloon theory might explain a few things, it didn't explain everything, especially not why pilots, trained observers, flying in broad daylight, continued to describe a person, not a drifting figure, a man, in a jetpack. By mid-2022, the jetpack guy phenomenon had settled into a strange limbo, unresolved, unconfirmed, but still very much alive in the minds of those who followed it. The mystery refused to fade, in part because it touched something deeper than aviation protocol. It challenged the limits of what we expect to be possible in the sky. At the heart of the growing concern was a simple fact. If a person, drone, or balloon was routinely entering restricted airspace near one of the busiest airports in the world, it posed a real safety risk. Airliners approaching LAX travel at high speeds in dense air traffic. A collision, even with a small object, could be catastrophic. This wasn't just a curiosity, it was a vulnerability. The FAA, now under increased scrutiny from the aviation community, reiterated their guidance to pilots. Report any unusual aerial activity immediately. Air traffic controllers near LAX kept a closer watch. But with no new confirmed sightings since mid-2021, the skies remained uneventful. Still, interest continued to grow behind the scenes. Private drone operators and engineers began analyzing the case, offering their own theories. Some suggested that the sightings could have been a drone platform equipped with a lightweight mannequin or dummy, built specifically to resemble a flying person. Such a craft could, in theory, be operated remotely with high precision, especially with modern GPS stabilization. It wouldn't require a pilot on board, just a skilled technician on the ground. But that theory, too, had holes. A drone large enough to appear man-sized at 3,000 to 5,000 feet would need serious thrust, not to mention a power source capable of lifting it that high and keeping it stable. Regulations on drone flight make such an operation illegal without special waivers, and even then, not in a commercial corridor. So if it wasn't a man, and it wasn't a drone, what was it? Even among the most grounded investigators, the question remained open. Every technical explanation seemed to solve one part of the puzzle, but created new questions elsewhere. And through it all, the mystery persisted, a silent figure in the sky, appearing where no one should be, then vanishing without a trace. As the investigation into the jetpack guy sightings dragged on without resolution, a quiet frustration began to set in. Aviation authorities were running out of conventional explanations. And while the media had largely moved on, pilots, engineers, and a growing community of amateur sleuths continued to pull at the thread. By now, two dominant theories had emerged, each compelling, each flawed. The first was the drone theory, that someone had built or modified a drone to look like a human in a jetpack, perhaps using foam, a mannequin, or lightweight materials. It would explain the upright posture, the lack of wings, and the controlled movement. But it didn't account for the altitude or the extended flight time. Most drones, even high-end custom builds, struggle to reach the heights reported, let alone hover stably there while being mistaken for a person. The second theory was the balloon explanation. A novelty balloon, shaped like Iron Man or a human figure, drifting into approach paths on upper air currents. A few of these had been known to cause confusion before, mistaken for UFOs or strange objects at a distance. And unlike drones or jetpacks, balloons require no power source, no pilot, no effort. But again, the details didn't fit perfectly. The reported behavior by pilots, flying parallel to aircraft, maintaining altitude, showing no signs of uncontrolled drift, wasn't typical of a balloon at all. And then, there were the radar returns, or lack thereof. Despite the sightings being in tightly monitored airspace, none of the figures were ever confirmed by ground radar or air traffic control systems. Not once. No transponder signal, no visible target. Just trained pilots calling out what they saw, then watching it vanish. This gap, between what was seen and what could be tracked, left room for speculation. Some online theorists proposed secret military testing. Others jumped to fringe ideas, cloaking technology, advanced flight suits, or even extraterrestrial probes. Most of these were dismissed outright, but their existence showed how far the public imagination had stretched trying to fill in the blanks. No matter how rational the conversation started, it always seemed to circle back to the same question. How could something be seen so clearly, by multiple pilots, and yet leave no trace behind? By early 2023, the jetpack guy had become more myth than man. His presence in the skies reduced to speculation and echo. There were no new sightings, no breakthroughs. The FAA stopped releasing updates, and the FBI, after a period of quiet probing, also fell silent. Whatever momentum had once propelled the investigation had faded into a holding pattern. The skies above LAX were busy as ever, but the strange visitor hadn't returned. For some, the mystery's slow disappearance was the answer itself. If it were a drone prank or an unsanctioned experiment, maybe the operator had stopped after realizing the risk, or after being quietly warned. If it was a one-off balloon incident, maybe it had been a fluke that gained more attention than it ever deserved. The absence of further appearances made a convenient case for coincidence, but others weren't so convinced. Many within the aviation world remained unsettled. Pilots who had seen the figure firsthand didn't walk away thinking they'd misjudged a balloon. These were professionals trained to identify threats in the sky, and they had described a person, upright, in motion, at altitudes where no solo flyer should be. Their stories hadn't changed, even when the world moved on. Investigative journalists revisited the case, looking for missed connections, any overlooked detail in radar logs, any unreported test flights, any quiet payoff or sealed file. Nothing surfaced. Radar operators from the original incidents remained baffled. One admitted in a later interview, "We had guys scanning the scopes live when it happened, and there was nothing there. No return at all." So the mystery endured, not as a constant news story, but as a quiet chapter in aviation lore. A moment where something appeared against the odds, then disappeared without explanation. And like all good mysteries, it didn't leave answers, just a strange shape in the sky and the certainty that, for a few brief moments, the rules of flight didn't quite hold. Today, the story of the jetpack guy floats somewhere between urban legend and unresolved aviation case file. There's no confirmed identity, no recovered equipment, no public resolution. The official investigations have long since gone quiet, but the incident lives on, spoken of in pilot lounges, discussed in online forums, and remembered by those who saw it firsthand. In aviation circles, it serves as a kind of parable, a reminder that even in one of the most regulated, monitored, and controlled spaces on Earth, the sky above a major airport, something unknown can still slip through. Pilots remain vigilant. Controllers still reference the event from time to time, especially when an unusual blip appears on radar, or when a trainee asks if that jetpack guy thing really happened. It did. At least 4 pilots, on separate flights, in broad daylight, saw something that didn't belong in their airspace. They weren't drunk. They weren't confused. They were reporting what they saw. A figure, flying upright, alone, thousands of feet in the air. The FAA still logs it as an unresolved aerial occurrence. The FBI, when pressed, simply refers to the case as open, but inactive. There's nothing more to pursue, unless someone speaks up or something new appears. And so, it joins the quiet catalog of aviation anomalies, like the phantom aircraft that appear on radar but never visually materialize, like the ghost flights tracked over empty oceans. It's part of a strange truth about aviation. For all our technology, our control, and our charts of the sky, there are still moments that slip through the gaps. Jetpack Guy may never return, but if he does, if another voice crackles through the radio to say, "We just passed someone in a jetpack," pilots will believe it. They've seen it before. And the sky, for all its predictability, still has room for a little mystery. On a warm summer morning in August 2005, the island of Cyprus was bustling with the usual tourist activity, its sunny beaches promising relaxation and the azure waters inviting a refreshing dip. At Larnaca Airport, the atmosphere was charged with the typical rush of international travel. Amidst the hustle, Helios Airways Flight 522 was preparing for its routine journey to Prague, with a scheduled stopover in Athens. The Boeing 737, a workhorse of the skies, stood ready on the tarmac, its engines quiet before the day's flight. The flight crew of Flight 522 arrived at the aircraft carrying their customary pre-flight checklists and personal effects. The captain, an experienced pilot with years of service under his belt, was known for his meticulous attention to procedure. Alongside him, the first officer, younger but equally competent, shared duties that ranged from checking the flight instruments to reviewing the weather conditions. Both men had flown this route numerous times, each trip uneventful, each landing routine. As passengers began boarding, the cabin crew, led by a seasoned flight attendant, welcomed them with practiced smiles and polite greetings. Families settling into their seats with young children in tow, business travelers opening laptops to catch up on emails, and vacationers eagerly discussing their plans, all formed the tapestry of the day's passengers. The boarding process proceeded smoothly, with the gentle hum of conversations filling the cabin, and overhead bins being carefully packed with carry-on luggage. While the passengers adjusted to their surroundings, the ground crew was busy with the final preparations. Fuel levels were checked and rechecked, luggage was loaded and secured, and the catering services stocked the galleys with meals for the journey. Outside, the hustle continued as ground operators signaled to each other, orchestrating the ballet of airport ground traffic. Back in the cockpit, the captain and first officer went through the pre-flight checklist with precision. They confirmed the flight path with air traffic control, set the aircraft's navigational systems, and conducted a final review of the plane's mechanical status. All systems were reported as functioning within normal parameters. With everything appearing in order, the captain made a routine announcement to the cabin, his voice calm and reassuring, informing passengers of the expected flight time and weather conditions en route. As the final checks were completed, the doors were sealed, and the cabin crew performed the last head count. The flight attendant briefed the passengers on safety procedures, demonstrating the use of seat belts, emergency exits, and oxygen masks, a standard precautionary measure that passengers listened to with varying degrees of attention. With clearance from the tower, the engines roared to life, breaking the morning calm. The aircraft vibrated gently as it began to taxi, the familiar sensations reassuring to frequent flyers and thrilling to those less accustomed to air travel. The Boeing 737 maneuvered towards the runway, its pace steady, the turn onto the runway smooth and practiced. Lined up with the runway, the aircraft paused for a final moment before the captain applied the throttles. The engines responded with a powerful surge, propelling the aircraft forward. As speed gathered, the familiar pull of gravity felt by every passenger marked the moment of takeoff. The landscape below shrank rapidly as the plane ascended into the clear morning sky, the coastline of Cyprus waving a silent goodbye. Helios Airways. Flight 522 was now airborne, climbing to its cruising altitude. The seatbelt signs flicked off, inviting passengers to move about the cabin. The flight attendants began their service, offering refreshments and attending to passenger needs. For everyone on board, the flight promised nothing out of the ordinary. A few hours in the air, a brief stop in Athens, and then onward to Prague. Yet, as the aircraft settled into its path across the Mediterranean, an unforeseen issue began to develop. One that would transform what should have been a routine flight into one of aviation's most puzzling mysteries. Unknown to those on board, a critical problem was emerging, one that involved the very air they breathed. As the minutes passed, the situation within the pressurized cabin started to deteriorate, setting the stage for a tragic sequence of events that would confound experts and shake the aviation industry to its core. As Flight 522 cruised smoothly over the picturesque Mediterranean Sea, the cockpit and cabin began to diverge into two very different realities. Within the cockpit, the first signs of trouble emerged subtly. The pilots noticed discrepancies in the cabin pressure warning system, a crucial system that ensures the air inside the aircraft remains breathable as it ascends into thinner atmospheres. A light flickered on the control panel, suggesting a potential malfunction in the pressurization system, but it was not immediately alarming to the experienced pilots. Assuming it might be a sensor error, a not uncommon issue, they attempted a reset of the system. Meanwhile, their conversation remained professional and calm, focused on troubleshooting the potential issue without undue concern. The reset appeared successful, and the warning light extinguished. With no further indications of malfunction, the pilots settled back into the routine of monitoring the flight's progress, discussing expected weather conditions in Athens, and occasionally exchanging light banter. Back in the cabin, the atmosphere was entirely different. Unbeknownst to the flight crew, the aircraft's pressurization system had failed to operate correctly despite the reset. As the plane climbed higher, the cabin altitude, the equivalent altitude inside the aircraft, began to rise, reducing the oxygen levels. This change was gradual, not immediately noticeable to the passengers or the cabin crew, who were busy with meal services and routine duties. The first real indication of something amiss came from the passengers themselves. Some began to feel symptoms of hypoxia, although they may not have recognized them as such. Hypoxia, a deficiency in the amount of oxygen reaching the tissues, starts with subtle symptoms like headache, dizziness, and fatigue. Symptoms easy to attribute to the normal stresses of air travel or a lack of sleep. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the flight continued as planned. The aircraft had reached its cruising altitude and was now on autopilot, heading towards Athens. The pilots remained unaware of the developing crisis behind them, as communication between the cockpit and cabin had not yet conveyed any sense of urgency. The cabin crew, accustomed to dealing with minor passenger ailments, didn't immediately connect the dots between the various complaints. However, as the aircraft continued its journey, the situation escalated. More passengers began to show signs of discomfort. A child started crying, unable to articulate the nausea and headache overwhelming him. An elderly passenger felt severe dizziness and reached out for help from a flight attendant, who herself began to feel lightheaded and confused. It was then that the cabin crew started to realize that these were not isolated incidents. Concerned, the chief flight attendant tried to contact the cockpit. Yet, upon reaching the cockpit door, she found herself struggling with cognitive and physical symptoms of hypoxia. Her knocks on the locked cockpit door went unanswered as the pilots, now also succumbing to the same invisible threat, were losing their ability to perform critical functions. The flight deck had become an increasingly confused and disoriented environment. The captain and first officer, each experiencing the insidious onset of hypoxia, found it difficult to concentrate or understand the severity of their situation. Commands to check instruments and assess systems became sluggish and incoherent. As the situation deteriorated, the aircraft continued on its flight path, governed by the unyielding automation of the autopilot system. The disconnect between the helpless situation in the cabin and the serene, automated flight of the aircraft created a stark and tragic dichotomy. Without intervention, Flight 522 was on a steady course towards disaster, with every passing minute reducing the chances of a safe resolution. As Helios Airways Flight 522 continued its doomed trajectory across the sky, the aircraft's automated systems remained blissfully ignorant of the escalating crisis within. Guided by the autopilot, the plane maintained its course and altitude with robotic precision, flying over the expanse of the Aegean Sea towards the Greek mainland. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere grew increasingly dire. Passengers, now visibly struggling, were experiencing more severe symptoms of hypoxia. Confusion reigned, as many found it difficult to think clearly or move coherently. Parents attempted to comfort their children, who were crying or appearing unusually lethargic, while other passengers slumped in their seats, slowly losing consciousness. The flight attendants, trained for a variety of emergency situations, were also affected by the lack of oxygen. Their training did not prepare them for the creeping, invisible threat of hypoxia, which impaired their ability to recognize and respond effectively to the emergency. Attempts to administer oxygen from portable units proved futile, as the passengers' and crew's ability to operate the equipment waned. Back in the cockpit, the pilots were in a perilous state. The captain, struggling against the effects of hypoxia, displayed symptoms of confusion and disorientation, a condition marked by his inability to perform simple tasks or respond to the aircraft's warning systems. The cockpit voice recorder later revealed disjointed, nonsensical conversations between the pilots, conversations that veered off into irrelevance, a stark testament to their deteriorated cognitive functions. As the aircraft approached Athens, air traffic controllers became alarmed by the lack of communication from Flight 522. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered, breaking standard protocol and escalating concern on the ground. Standard procedure for such silence typically triggers a state of emergency, and Greek air traffic control swiftly moved to implement these protocols. At this juncture, the Greek military was alerted to the potential threat of an unresponsive aircraft entering Athens' airspace, a scenario fraught with post-9/11 security implications. Fighter jets were scrambled from a nearby airbase, tasked with intercepting the Boeing 737 to assess the situation from a closer vantage point. The fighter pilots quickly located Flight 522, observing it from their cockpits. What they saw was chilling. Through the Boeing's cockpit windows, they noted the pilots' seats empty, or the pilots themselves seemingly incapacitated. This visual confirmation of the crew's condition heightened the urgency of the situation, transforming the mission from a simple intercept to a potential rescue operation. Despite the severity of the situation, the autopilot kept the aircraft in a holding pattern over Athens, as programmed for situations when landing clearance is not immediately available. The system's design to maintain flight parameters in lieu of human control was a testament to aviation safety design. Yet in this scenario, it only prolonged the inevitable. As the fighter jets accompanied the ghostly flight, they relayed real-time observations back to ground control, painting a grim picture of a plane effectively flying itself, with no conscious human guidance. The realization dawned on everyone involved that the passengers and crew of Flight 522 were likely beyond help. On the ground, emergency services were placed on high alert, and the airport prepared for the possibility of having to handle a plane, making an uncontrolled landing. A scenario fraught with potential danger, not only to those on board, but also to people on the ground. Meanwhile, in the skies, the limited fuel supply was nearing its end. The engines, which had been running smoothly throughout the flight, began to sputter as the fuel tanks edged closer to empty. This change marked the beginning of the end for Flight 522. As fuel depletion became imminent, the aircraft's engines started to fail, one by one. This loss of power finally disengaged the autopilot, shifting the aircraft from its steady holding pattern to an uncontrolled descent. The ghost flight, now in its final moments, was about to meet its tragic end. This sudden descent marked a catastrophic turn in the flight's narrative. A plane full of incapacitated passengers and crew, doomed to crash. The descent was rapid, the aircraft spiraling downward, pulled inexorably by gravity as it headed toward the rugged terrain north of Athens. The situation, which had started as a series of manageable anomalies, had spiraled into an uncontrollable disaster, highlighting the fine line between technological reliance and the critical need for human oversight in the complex domain of aviation. As Helios Airways Flight 522 descended uncontrollably toward the mountains north of Athens, the situation on the ground shifted into high gear. Greek military had already scrambled F-16 fighter jets to intercept the unresponsive airliner, providing essential visual confirmation that the crew appeared incapacitated. This stark revelation intensified the efforts of all involved, transitioning from a potential hijack or technical failure scenario to an imminent disaster management operation. At the military base, the control room buzzed with activity. Senior officers coordinated closely with civil aviation authorities and emergency response teams, mapping out potential crash zones and strategizing the best immediate response. The military's primary concern was to monitor the aircraft's path and communicate any sudden changes to air traffic control, which was simultaneously trying to clear airspace and manage inbound and outbound flights with heightened security protocols. The F-16 pilots maintained a visual on the Boeing 737, observing its erratic flight path. Their reports were grim. The aircraft's altitude was decreasing rapidly, and its maneuvers were uncoordinated and indicative of a complete loss of control. They described the plane's movements as erratic, with sudden drops in altitude and sporadic turns. The pilots relayed their observations in real time, providing crucial updates every few seconds. On the ground, the mood among the emergency response teams was tense. The Hellenic National Meteorological Service provided real-time weather data to ensure that rescue and recovery operations could be planned with the most accurate environmental information available. Fortunately, the weather conditions were clear, which was one less variable to complicate the already dire situation. At Athens International Airport, the Emergency Operations Center was activated. This included representatives from the fire department, medical teams, police, and airport management. They coordinated closely with the National Disaster Response Team to mobilize all available resources. Hospitals in and around Athens were put on high alert, and emergency medical teams, including ambulances and helicopter units, were prepped and ready to move out as soon as the crash site was confirmed. The real-time communication between the fighter jets and the control center was critical. As the F-16 pilots observed, the 737 began a final fatal descent, and the control room relayed this information to all emergency services. There was now an acceptance that the mission had transitioned from interception to recovery. The crash was imminent, and the focus was on saving as many lives as possible in the aftermath. The Greek Air Force and civil aviation authorities worked in concert to track the aircraft's descent path, using radar and the pilot's visual reports to predict the point of impact. This data allowed emergency services to position themselves strategically, optimizing response times to the expected crash site. As the 737 approached the ground, the fighter pilots observed one engine flame out, followed shortly by the second. The aircraft, now devoid of power, was a gliding hulk of metal, descending faster toward the terrain below. The pilots relayed these observations, their voices tense but controlled, understanding their report carried grave implications. With every passing moment, the aircraft lost altitude, and the mountains north of Athens loomed closer. The fighter pilots could only watch in despair as the airliner they had been escorting, now silent and ghostly, dipped below the ridgeline and disappeared from sight. The impact was not seen, but the sudden silence on the radar confirmed the crash. The impact site was in a rugged area, difficult to access by road, which complicated the initial response. Helicopters were dispatched immediately, carrying search and rescue teams equipped with medical supplies, extraction tools, and first aid equipment. The response teams knew the chances of finding survivors were slim, given the nature of the crash and the condition of the passengers as last observed, but they remained resolute in their duty to provide any possible aid. Ground teams mobilized in all-terrain vehicles, navigating the challenging landscape to reach the site. Coordination was maintained via radio, with updates on their progress relayed back to the control center. The operation was a grim race against time, with each team member aware of the critical nature of their mission. Upon arrival at the crash site, the scene was devastating. The aircraft had disintegrated upon impact, with debris scattered across a wide area. The emergency teams began the grim task of searching through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life or recoverable bodies. The operation, carried out under the harsh shadows of the mountain, was methodical and respectful, each step taken with a profound sense of duty and sorrow. Back at the control center and across Greece, the nation held its breath, mourning the tragic loss and bracing for the toll of casualties. The crash of Flight 522 would leave a deep scar on the country's psyche, prompting immediate questions about aviation safety, emergency response protocols, and the measures necessary to prevent such a disaster in the future. As dawn broke over the rugged terrain north of Athens, the site where Helios Airways Flight 522 had met its tragic end lay eerily quiet. The once pristine aircraft was now a disfigured mass of twisted metal and scattered debris, painting a grim picture against the backdrop of the Greek mountainside. The initial shock of the disaster was slowly giving way to the somber reality of the rescue and recovery operations now fully underway. Emergency responders were among the first on the scene, their arrival marked by the rhythmic thud of helicopter blades cutting through the morning air and the distant rumble of all-terrain vehicles navigating the rough paths. These teams, composed of seasoned rescue personnel, medical staff, and fire and safety officers, were met with a scene of devastation. The aircraft had impacted with such force that it was immediately clear the chances of finding survivors were slim. The area was cordoned off as a secure zone to allow for an organized search and recovery effort. Teams methodically sifted through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life, although hope waned with each passing hour. Body recovery teams worked with respect and care, meticulously documenting the scene and recovering the remains of the passengers and crew who had perished. As the sun climbed higher, the full scale of the tragedy became apparent. The impact of the crash had spread debris over a large area, complicating the search efforts. Personal effects, a child's toy, a woman's scarf, a man's briefcase, were strewn amidst the twisted remnants of the fuselage, each item a poignant reminder of the lives abruptly ended. Meanwhile, at the makeshift command center set up near the crash site, investigators from the Greek Air Accident Investigation and Aviation Safety Board began their meticulous work. Their task was daunting: to piece together the events that led to the crash from the physical evidence at hand and the data retrieved from the aircraft's flight recorders, known colloquially as the black boxes. These devices, crucial to the investigation, were among the first items searched for amidst the wreckage. The black boxes, once recovered, were immediately transported to an analysis facility where experts began to extract and interpret the flight data and cockpit voice recordings. The data revealed a chilling timeline of the aircraft's final moments, including the loss of cabin pressure and the crew's incapacitating hypoxia. The voice recorder captured the pilot's increasingly confused and disoriented communication, painting a harrowing picture of their final struggle. Back in Athens, the tragedy had already begun to dominate the media, with continuous coverage broadcasting the grim details to a nation in mourning. The public's grief was palpable, compounded by a growing demand for answers and accountability. How had a routine flight turned into one of the country's worst aviation disasters? What failures in protocol or oversight could have allowed such a tragedy to occur? In response to the mounting public pressure, the Greek government announced the formation of an official commission to investigate the crash. This body was tasked with not only determining the causes of the disaster, but also recommending changes to prevent future tragedies. The investigation was to be thorough, transparent, and wide-ranging, involving experts from various fields of aviation and safety. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation deepened. Experts examined every aspect of the flight, from the maintenance records of the aircraft to the training and background of the crew. They scrutinized the airline's operational procedures and the actions of the air traffic control personnel. Each layer peeled back added complexity to the understanding of the crash, pointing to a confluence of technical failure, human error, and systemic issues in aviation oversight. The crash of Flight 522 thus became a catalyst for change in the aviation industry, both within Greece and internationally. It highlighted the critical importance of rigorous safety protocols, the need for continuous oversight and improvement in aircraft design and maintenance, and the vital role of effective communication and emergency response planning. As the investigation continued, the families of the victims began their own, more personal journey through grief and loss. Memorials were held, both in Greece and in the home countries of the passengers and crew, where communities came together to mourn and remember the lives lost. The legacy of Flight 522, marked by both tragedy and the lessons learned in its aftermath, would resonate in the annals of aviation history, serving as a somber reminder of the stakes involved in the complex interplay of human factors and technological reliance in modern air travel. As the investigation into the crash of Helios Airways Flight 522 continued, it became a focal point for profound changes in the aviation industry, not only in Greece, but across the globe. The months following the disaster saw an intense scrutiny of airline operational procedures, aircraft maintenance practices, and pilot training programs. The final report, when released, did more than just elucidate the tragic sequence of events. It prompted a serious reevaluation of how airlines and aviation authorities address safety and compliance. The comprehensive analysis conducted by the Investigative Commission revealed a series of failures that led to the crash. The primary issue was identified as a failure in the pressurization system, which was not correctly set for flight. This mistake, compounded by a series of miscommunications and oversight failures, led to the cabin atmosphere becoming hypoxic. Critically, the report highlighted that the flight crew missed several standard checks and did not adequately respond to the warning signals indicating a pressurization problem. Furthermore, the investigation pointed to deficiencies in the airline's training programs, particularly in emergency preparedness and response to pressurization issues. It became evident that the crew's incapacitation was due to a lack of oxygen, something that could potentially have been mitigated with better training and adherence to protocol. The findings led to immediate actions by aviation authorities in Greece and beyond. Regulatory bodies intensified their oversight of airline operational procedures, placing greater emphasis on compliance checks and safety audits. Training programs for cabin and flight crews were overhauled to include more rigorous simulations of emergency scenarios, including pressurization failures. Internationally, the crash spurred regulatory agencies to enhance the requirements for aircraft maintenance checks. There was a renewed focus on ensuring that all safety systems, especially those related to cabin pressurization, were not only fully operational, but also regularly checked and double verified. In response to the disaster, there were calls for better technology to monitor the cabin environment actively. Advances were made in cockpit alert systems to ensure that warning signals could not be missed or misunderstood by flight crews, regardless of their workload or stress levels. Additionally, policies were implemented that required more frequent and detailed communication between pilots and ground control, especially concerning aircraft system status and any deviations from normal flight operations. Beyond the technical and procedural enhancements, the Helios Flight 522 tragedy led to a cultural shift within the aviation industry. There was a renewed emphasis on safety culture, encouraging transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. Airlines began to invest more heavily in crew resource management training, focusing on communication, decision-making, and teamwork in the cockpit. The victims of Flight 522 were memorialized in several poignant ceremonies and permanent memorials in Greece and Cyprus, serving as a somber reminder of the lives lost. These memorials also function as symbols of the commitment to aviation safety, reminding everyone in the industry of their responsibilities. Families of the victims found some solace in scholarships and foundations set up in memory of their loved ones, aimed at improving safety in aviation through research and education. These initiatives helped to channel their grief into efforts that could prevent future tragedies. The legacy of Helios Airways Flight 522 is twofold. It is a story of a tragic loss, a reminder of the potential human cost of oversight and error in complex systems. But it is also a story of learning and adaptation, a testament to the aviation industry's capacity to evolve and enhance safety in response to its failures. The changes implemented in the wake of the crash have undoubtedly saved lives, making air travel safer for millions of passengers around the world. As years pass, The lessons learned from Flight 522 continue to influence aviation practices and safety standards, ensuring that the memory of those lost informs a commitment to vigilance, excellence, and care within the industry. In the quiet expanse of the Australian skies, where the vast blue meets the endless horizon, flying was more than just transportation. It was a profound expression of freedom. For 20-year-old Frederick Valentich, it was also a gateway to a future he dreamed of, one that combined his passion for aviation with a youthful fascination for the unknown, particularly his keen interest in unidentified flying objects. Frederick was not just an ordinary young man with a hobby. He was an ambitious pilot, albeit relatively inexperienced, with about 150 hours of flying time logged, a significant portion of which was solo. He was serious about turning his passion into a profession, aiming to qualify as a commercial pilot. However, his journey was marked by both enthusiasm and a few instances of overconfidence, as noted by his instructors and peers. Despite these minor setbacks, his commitment to flying was unwavering, driven by a deep-seated love for the skies. On October 21, 1978, Valentich prepared for a routine flight that was anything but ordinary. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria to King Island, a simple stretch across the Bass Strait. The purpose of the trip was partly practical. He was tasked with picking up some friends, and partly personal, a chance to log more flight hours under his belt. The weather that day was favorable, and everything seemed poised for a smooth journey. As he performed his pre-flight checks, Valentich's demeanor was calm and collected. Those who saw him that afternoon reported nothing out of the ordinary. He filed his flight plan, noting his route, expected time of arrival, and other standard details. The flight to King Island was supposed to be a straightforward one, with clear skies and gentle winds. But what transpired over the next few hours would turn this routine flight into one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft Frederick chose for this flight was a single-engine Cessna 182, a reliable model known for its sturdy handling and forgiving nature in flight, qualities that made it a favorite among training schools and private pilots alike. This particular Cessna, however, was about to become famous not for its performance, but for its mysterious and sudden disappearance. With everything in order, Valentich took off from Moorabbin at approximately 6:19 p.m. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. Valentich maintained regular contact with air traffic control, providing routine updates on his position as he crossed the coastline and headed out over the open water of the Bass Strait. However, as he neared the halfway point of his journey, his communications took a strange turn. He reported encountering another aircraft, which he described as exceedingly unusual in appearance. According to transcripts of his radio communications, Valentich was initially curious, then increasingly perturbed. He described the other craft as moving at high speed, and it seemed to toy with his Cessna, appearing overhead, then vanishing only to reappear from different angles. His descriptions grew more frantic, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm. Frederick's fascination with UFOs was well known among his circle. He often spoke of them not as mere science fiction, but as a genuine interest, fueled by a string of recent sightings reported across Australia. This context turned his flight into a narrative ripe for speculation and wonder, as he was now seemingly living his worst, or perhaps most thrilling, scenario. His last transmission was the most harrowing. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he reported. These words would be the last anyone would hear from Frederick Valentich. Moments later, the radio link crackled into static, and silence took over. Back at Moorabbin Airport, confusion reigned. Air traffic controllers scrambled to re-establish contact, but to no avail. As the minutes turned into hours, concern grew. Search and rescue operations were soon underway, marking the start of an extensive search that would captivate and mystify the world. Frederick Valentich's disappearance raised numerous questions. What did he see in the sky that evening? Was it a misinterpretation, or had he encountered something truly unexplainable? These questions haunted the investigation, and would soon elevate the incident from a mere missing person case to a legend discussed and debated by aviators and UFO enthusiasts alike. Frederick Valentich's departure from Moorabbin Airport had been routine. The engines of his Cessna 182 hummed smoothly as he ascended into the early evening sky, leaving the familiar landscape of Victoria behind. His flight plan was straightforward: head southwest towards King Island, a speck of land nestled in the Bass Strait between Australia and Tasmania. It was a flight path he had considered carefully, suited to his experience level and the Cessna's capabilities. As Valentich settled into the cockpit, the world below him transformed. The urban sprawl gave way to the rugged, windswept coastline, and then to the open sea. Flying over water was a different kind of piloting experience, one that demanded constant vigilance and respect for the unpredictable nature of the ocean below. The first half of the flight passed uneventfully. Valentich maintained a steady altitude, checking his instruments routinely while keeping in contact with Melbourne's air traffic control. He reported his position methodically, confirming his progress and ensuring he was on track. The communication was standard procedure, a lifeline to the ground and a record of his journey's progress. However, as Valentich approached the midway point of his flight, something changed. It began subtly, an unscripted pause in his communications, a break in the rhythm that had defined the earlier part of his journey. Then, the tone of his transmissions altered. He contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control with an unexpected report. He was not alone in the sky. Valentich's voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of confusion as he described the other aircraft. It was, he reported, an unusual sight, faster than his Cessna and far more agile. The aircraft appeared to be playing a strange game, moving at high speed, ascending past him only to suddenly appear on a different side. Each report Valentich made grew more alarmed. The craft seemed to toy with him, darting in and out of his field of vision with baffling ease. As he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, Valentich continued to describe the aircraft's maneuvers to air traffic control. His descriptions were punctuated with attempts to identify the type of aircraft, but none fit. It wasn't behaving like any conventional airplane he knew. It didn't seem to adhere to the physical limitations of human-made aircraft. The situation escalated as Valentich reported that the aircraft had approached much closer. It hovered overhead, its movements unlike anything he had encountered before. This proximity allowed him to provide more detail about its appearance. It seemed to be metallic, shiny, and was emitting a green light. His voice conveyed a mixture of awe and distress. The aircraft's behavior and capabilities were unlike anything he had studied or heard about. This part of the flight, marked by these bizarre encounters, was critical. Valentich's focus shifted from navigation to dealing with the unexpected presence. Each transmission to Melbourne became more urgent, his sentences clipped as he struggled to maintain composure and control over his aircraft. The exchange reached a climax when Valentich expressed something more than surprise or confusion. There was a palpable tension in his voice. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he stated firmly, the final words that painted a picture of something beyond ordinary understanding. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the communication cut off. The line went dead, leaving only static in its wake. Melbourne Air Traffic Control frantically called out to Valentich, seeking clarification, any response to indicate that he was still there. But there was nothing, only the haunting silence of an open channel with no reply. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich had begun as an ordinary flight, a young pilot in pursuit of hours and experience. But as the sun set over the Bass Strait that evening, it turned into something entirely different, a mystery that would echo through the annals of aviation history. After the chilling final transmission from Frederick Valentich, the atmosphere in Melbourne's Air Traffic Control Centre shifted from routine oversight to acute crisis management. The young pilot's last report, unsettling in its content and abrupt in its conclusion, spurred immediate action from the concerned controllers. Valentich had been clear, albeit deeply troubled, in his last communication. He described an object hovering above him, which he distinctly stated was not an aircraft. His words were marked by a firmness that suggested he was seeing something extraordinary, something that defied his understanding as a pilot. The silence that followed his final transmission was ominous, turning the routine tracking of a small aircraft into a potential search and rescue operation. With no further contact from Valentich, The controllers wasted no time in deploying standard emergency protocols. Initially, they attempted to re-establish communication, hoping for any sign that Valentich was still airborne and simply experiencing radio difficulties. Repeated calls were made, each unanswered, only amplifying the urgency of the situation. As minutes turned into hours without any response, the scope of the operation expanded. The Australian authorities were notified, and a full-scale search and rescue mission was launched by the evening. The operation involved multiple assets, including aircraft and sea vessels, tasked with scouring the area of Valentich's last known position over the Bass Strait. The search teams faced daunting conditions. The Bass Strait, notorious for its unpredictable weather and rough seas, posed significant challenges. The vastness of the area, coupled with the fading light of dusk, further complicated the efforts. Search planes swept over the water, looking for any sign of Valentich or his Cessna, while boats combed the waves below. Despite the extensive resources deployed and the urgency of the search, no trace of Valentich or his aircraft was found that night. The search continued over the following days, with additional teams joining the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated the operation, expanding the search area and utilizing more sophisticated technology, including radar and satellite imagery. The lack of physical evidence was perplexing. No debris, oil slick, or other typical indicators of an aircraft crash were evident. The sea and air search teams reported back only the emptiness of the open water and the unyielding silence of the sky. The search efforts persisted, driven by hope and the possibility that Valentich might have landed somewhere on the water and was waiting to be rescued. But as days passed with no sign of him or his aircraft, that hope began to wane. The official search operation would eventually be called off, leaving unanswered questions and profound concern for the young pilot's fate. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich became a focal point of intrigue and speculation. It catalyzed a series of investigations, discussions, and theories, both official and among the public. The mysterious circumstances, particularly the pilot's report of an unusual object, fed into broader discussions about unidentified flying objects and their possible interactions with aviation. This chapter of Valentich's journey concludes not with resolution, but with the stark reality of his vanishing, a moment in time that would forever be etched in the annals of Australian aviation mysteries. The silence from his radio on that fateful evening marked the beginning of a story that continues to provoke curiosity and debate to this day. As the reality of Frederick Valentich's disappearance settled in, the focus shifted entirely to a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Initiated by the Australian authorities, the operation spanned several days and involved numerous assets, drawing on a broad spectrum of air and sea resources to comb through the vast, treacherous waters of the Bass Strait. The search efforts were extensive and meticulously planned. Aircraft equipped with advanced radar and thermal imaging flew grid patterns over the area, while boats with sonar capabilities scanned the depths below. The goal was to cover as much area as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hope of finding any trace of Valentich or his Cessna 182. Despite the favorable weather conditions that followed the initial disappearance, the search teams faced the inherent challenges of the Bass Strait, known for its capricious weather patterns and strong currents. These conditions often made the search efforts difficult, with waves and wind disrupting the progress of boats and limiting the effectiveness of aerial searches during certain parts of the day. As the search continued, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated efforts from multiple agencies, including the Royal Australian Air Force, local volunteer marine rescue organizations, and even merchant vessels passing through the area. Each day, the teams would debrief, share findings, and adjust their strategies, determined to uncover any clue that could lead to Valentich. However, the days passed with frustratingly little to show for the efforts. No wreckage was sighted, and no signals were detected that could suggest the location of the crashed plane. The search teams expanded the search radius, hoping that drift patterns might have carried Valentich away from his last known location. Still, the vast ocean seemed to have swallowed all evidence of his passage. The lack of any physical evidence perplexed investigators and search crews alike. In cases of aircraft crashes at sea, some debris typically surfaces, whether from the impact itself or from the interior of the aircraft. Yet, in Valentich's case, The sea offered nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency locator transmissions, nothing that indicated a crash site. This complete absence of evidence led to an increased interest in Valentich's last communication. His report of an encounter with an unusual aircraft, described under clear distress, became a focal point for both official investigators and the public. The peculiar nature of his descriptions prompted some to speculate about otherworldly explanations, including UFO involvement, which only intensified as the search yielded no results. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official search and rescue operation was reluctantly called off. The decision was met with disappointment and a sense of defeat by those involved, especially given the emotional toll on Valentich's family and friends. The announcement marked a somber acknowledgement that the chances of finding Valentich alive, or even recovering his remains, were exceedingly slim. The cessation of the search did not end the public's fascination with the case, nor did it silence the myriad theories about what might have happened. Instead, it transitioned the incident from an active rescue operation to a lingering mystery, one that would captivate curious minds and fuel debates about aviation safety, the unknown, and the unexplained. The story of Frederick Valentich's disappearance remained alive in the collective memory, a perplexing enigma of the skies that refused to be forgotten. With the official search for Frederick Valentich concluded and no tangible evidence found, the focus shifted from a rescue mission to the realm of speculation and investigation. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Valentich's last transmission led to a myriad of theories, each trying to make sense of the unexplained disappearance. Valentich's own interest in UFOs became a significant aspect of the public discourse surrounding his disappearance. His final communication with air traffic control, where he described an encounter with an unusual aircraft exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, naturally led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement. This theory was bolstered by reported UFO sightings in the area around the time of his flight. UFO enthusiasts and some members of the public embraced the possibility that Valentich had encountered an alien craft, which somehow led to his disappearance. These speculations were fueled by a broader global interest in UFOs, which in the late 1970s was still riding the wave of the post-Roswell fascination with flying saucers and government cover-ups. Skeptics of the UFO theory proposed more conventional explanations for Valentich's disappearance. Some aviation experts suggested that Valentich, possibly disoriented by the overwater flight at dusk, might have become the victim of spatial disorientation, a common hazard in aviation, particularly among less experienced pilots. This could have caused him to misinterpret what he saw, including mistaking his own aircraft's lights reflected on the water or on a layer of cloud as another craft. Another theory was that Valentich had staged his own disappearance. This stemmed from investigations into his background, revealing his fascination not only with UFOs, but also with stories of pilots disappearing or starting anew under a different identity. However, those close to Valentich, including family and friends, strongly disputed this, describing him as enthusiastic and serious about his aviation career. The possibility of a more mundane accident was also considered. Some speculated that Valentich's aircraft might have suffered a mechanical failure, or that he might have crashed into the sea after running out of fuel. However, the lack of debris and the absence of an oil slick on the water made this scenario seem unlikely unless the aircraft had sunk intact, a rare occurrence given the expected breakup on impact. The absence of hard evidence meant that no conclusive determination could be made. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation, but its findings were inconclusive, citing a lack of sufficient information to reach a definitive explanation. The mystery of Valentich's disappearance had a lasting impact on aviation in Australia, leading to increased safety protocols and more rigorous training for pilots flying over water. The case also continued to be a topic of academic and investigative interest. Researchers and documentary filmmakers periodically revisited the story, each bringing new technology and theories to bear in the hope of uncovering new information, or perhaps one day finding physical evidence that could bring closure to the case. The Valentich disappearance remains a compelling story, not just for those involved in aviation and UFO studies, but for anyone intrigued by human interaction with the unknown. It serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human perception and the mysteries that can arise when the familiar intersects with the unexplainable. As the years passed, the disappearance of Frederick Valentich continued to resonate not just within the aviation and UFO enthusiast communities, but also among the wider public as a compelling mystery of the unknown. The lack of closure and definitive evidence has kept the case alive in the form of books, documentaries, and continued discussions in various forums. Here, we examine the legacy and ongoing interest surrounding Valentich's mysterious flight. Frederick Valentich's case has become a cornerstone discussion in both aviation safety and UFO circles. For aviation professionals, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of potential disorientation and the vital importance of maintaining situational awareness, especially when flying over large bodies of water. The incident has been used in training seminars to educate pilots about the psychological and physical effects of flying under stressful conditions and the potential for misinterpreting visual cues in the vast and featureless landscapes like the sea. In the realm of UFO research, Valentich's disappearance is often cited as one of the most intriguing cases due to the pilot's own reported sightings and the circumstances of his last transmission. It continues to fuel debates about the possibility of otherworldly encounters, and has become a part of UFO lore, frequently referenced at conferences and in literature discussing human interactions with supposed extraterrestrial vehicles. New developments occasionally reignite interest in the Valentich disappearance. Advances in technology, such as satellite imagery and improved sonar capabilities, have prompted new searches in the Bass Strait and surrounding areas. Though these efforts have not yet produced any concrete results, they maintain public interest and hope that new evidence may eventually surface. Interest is also kept alive by the media, with periodic retrospectives and updates on the case. These often coincide with anniversaries of the event, drawing new attention from those previously unaware of Valentich's story. Each wave of interest encourages fresh looks at the available data, sometimes bringing new theories to light or re-examining old ones with new technology or methodologies. Researchers and theorists continue to explore less conventional explanations, driven both by the strange details of Valentich's last reported observations and by the absence of physical evidence. Discussions often involve the exploration of what an encounter with an advanced unknown technology might entail, and how it could lead to the disappearance of an aircraft without a trace. Such speculations delve into the limits of current human understanding of physics and technology, proposing scenarios where conventional retrieval and detection methods might fail. The Valentich case has also had a significant cultural impact, inspiring segments of films, television series, and literature. These portrayals explore the human aspect of the mystery, emphasizing the emotional and psychological effects on those involved, particularly Valentich's family and friends. They also examine the broader implications of a society grappling with phenomena that it cannot easily explain through current scientific understanding. The legacy of Frederick Valentich is a complex tapestry woven from threads of mystery, tragedy, and the unyielding human quest for answers. While the truth behind his disappearance may never be fully uncovered, the story continues to intrigue and inspire. It serves as a reminder of our perpetual fascination with the sky and what lies beyond, as well as the profound and sometimes haunting unknowns that remain in our own world. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, the legend of Valentich's flight will continue to captivate imaginations and stimulate curiosity across generations. British Airways Flight 9 was a Boeing 747-236B, a wide-bodied giant of the sky built to travel oceans and continents in quiet, high-altitude grace. With 4 Rolls-Royce engines, a double-deck cabin, and an enviable safety record, the aircraft was an icon of international aviation, reliable, powerful, and capable of carrying hundreds of passengers comfortably across the globe. It was not a plane one expected to see in distress, let alone gliding silently through the dark with all 4 engines out. But on the night of June 24, 1982, this very aircraft, registration GBDXH, would be at the center of one of aviation's most remarkable survival stories. The flight was part of a long journey from London to Auckland, New Zealand, broken into multiple legs. That evening, Flight 9 had just completed a brief stop in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Passengers had stretched their legs, grabbed snacks, or wandered through the small terminal. Most were weary but in good spirits. They were nearing the final stretch, Next stop, Perth, Australia. At the controls for this segment was Captain Eric Moody, an experienced pilot with thousands of flying hours under his belt. Alongside him in the cockpit were First Officer Roger Greaves and Flight Engineer Barry Townley Freeman. All three were seasoned, calm professionals, the kind of crew passengers rarely think about, because everything always goes to plan. As the aircraft taxied for departure, the weather was reported as good. It was a routine evening in Southeast Asia, humid but clear, and the crew saw nothing of concern on their instruments. The 747 rolled down the runway with the familiar surge of thrust, lifting into the sky just after 8:40 p.m. local time. Inside the cabin, lights dimmed to a gentle glow as the plane climbed to its cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. By now, passengers had settled into the lull of overnight flight. Cabin service was underway, soft music played over the intercom, and outside, the view was pitch black. Just the occasional flash of stars beyond the window. In the cockpit, it was quiet. The aircraft was flying smoothly, and the crew made small talk while monitoring instruments. Over Indonesia's Java Sea, the aircraft's flight path would soon arc southward toward the Indian Ocean, placing it above volcanic regions, but the skies looked clean. Then, somewhere near the halfway mark between Jakarta and Perth, subtle changes began. It started with something beautiful. Strange blue-white sparks began dancing on the cockpit windscreen. They crawled along the glass like electric tendrils, glowing at the edges of the wipers. This phenomenon, known as St. Elmo's fire, wasn't entirely unheard of. It's an atmospheric electrical effect caused by static buildup, often seen near thunderstorms. But tonight it was different. The glowing shapes were brighter, more intense, and they were being noticed not just by the flight crew, but by passengers as well. Back in the cabin, a strange haze was forming. A soft mist seemed to be drifting from the vents. Some passengers thought it was smoke, others assumed it was condensation. Flight attendants moved through the aisles calmly, checking in with passengers but noticing it too. The haze was odd, and it had a faint smell. Something slightly metallic, a little like sulfur. Nothing alarming, but strange enough to raise eyebrows. Then the cockpit received its first real surprise. Engine 4, on the far right, began to lose power. Warnings flashed briefly, and then Engine 2 began surging. Within seconds, both Engine 1 and Engine 3 began spooling down. The noise in the cabin changed from the steady hum of jet thrust to something quieter, almost unsettling. And then the unimaginable happened. All 4 engines failed. For a moment, the silence was total. No engine roar. Just the rush of wind over the fuselage and the quiet chime of alerts in the cockpit. The 747, one of the most reliable aircraft in the skies, had become a glider at 37,000 feet. The crew checked and rechecked the instruments. This wasn't a gauge failure. The engines were out, every one of them. The aircraft was descending, gliding through the darkness with no power and no clear reason why. It was then that Captain Moody did something extraordinary in its calmness. He picked up the cabin PA and addressed the 263 passengers on board with the now famous words, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped. We are doing our utmost to get them going again. I trust you are not in too much distress." It was a voice steady as steel, offering not false reassurance, but controlled clarity. Passengers looked around at each other, confused. A few gasped. Others thought it was a joke. But the flight attendants, trained for moments exactly like this, moved swiftly. They checked seatbelts. They steadied their voices. They reminded people that the plane could glide for a long distance. And up front, the crew began preparing for a descent with no engine power and no certainty about what lay ahead. Outside, the night was clear, but the sky wasn't empty. Not that anyone could see it yet. The Boeing 747 continued its silent descent through the upper atmosphere, gliding with nothing but inertia and altitude to guide it. In the cockpit, Captain Eric Moody and his crew worked through emergency checklists with quiet urgency, their training sharp, but their situation unprecedented. 4 engines out, no power, no warning, and no clear explanation. They had prepared for engine failures before. Every commercial pilot is. but never all four. It was the sort of scenario that wasn't supposed to happen. And yet, here they were, in the middle of the night sky over Indonesia, coasting downwards in an aircraft that now resembled a 350-ton sailplane. Inside the cabin, time seemed to slow. Flight attendants, despite their own uncertainty, moved efficiently through the aisles. Passengers clutched armrests and exchanged nervous glances. Some whispered prayers. Others stared out the windows into the black void. There was no screaming, no chaos, just a steady hum of confusion and unease. The mist in the cabin was still there, faintly glowing in the dim lighting. A few passengers noted an unusual brightness around the wings, like a soft, unearthly halo. This was no ordinary turbulence. Something had happened, something environmental, and completely unexpected. The crew still didn't know the source, but they were beginning to suspect it wasn't mechanical in the usual sense. As the aircraft descended past 30,000 feet, a critical clock began ticking. Oxygen. At cruising altitudes, passengers and crew need supplemental oxygen to stay conscious. The aircraft had deployed emergency oxygen masks automatically when the engines failed, but they were only designed to function for a limited time, about 15 minutes, long enough to get the plane down to breathable altitudes. Captain Moody and First Officer Greaves performed glide calculations quickly. The 747 could descend at roughly 2,000 feet per minute with no power. That gave them maybe 20 minutes before they'd be near sea level. If they couldn't restart the engines by then, they'd need a plan B. Jakarta was the nearest viable airport, but reaching it depended on distance, descent rate, and a heavy dose of luck. They began trying to restart the engines, first in sequence, then out of sequence. Fuel valves were adjusted, ignition switches recycled, airflow was monitored. Nothing. The engines refused to respond. At this point, the crew made the difficult decision to declare an emergency with Jakarta Air Traffic Control. The transmission was calm but urgent. Total engine failure. Initiating descent. Requesting immediate vectors for possible landing. The controllers, stunned, began relaying instructions, advising vectors to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, Jakarta's primary field. What no one in the aircraft knew was that they were flying directly through a dense, invisible ash cloud, part of a massive plume released hours earlier by Mount Galunggung, a volcano in West Java that had erupted without warning. Volcanic ash doesn't show up on traditional weather radar, and it doesn't look like a thunderstorm cloud from the outside. It's dry, fine, and composed of glass-like particles that can sandblast a windshield and choke jet engines. The volcanic ash had entered all four of the 747's engines, melting internally at high temperature, coating turbine blades, and then solidifying as it cooled. The engines had essentially suffocated, starved of clean air and jammed by glass dust. And because this phenomenon was not widely understood at the time, the crew had no idea what they were up against. Still descending, they passed through 25,000 feet, then 20,000. The lights flickered, the silence remained, and then something changed. Engine 4, on the far right, gave a cough, then a rumble, and then, against every odd, it restarted. The cockpit came alive with energy. If one engine could be revived, so could the others. Restart procedures were repeated immediately. Moments later, Engine 3 sputtered to life, then Engine 1. Within another minute, Engine 2 followed. All four engines were back, but celebration was premature. The engines had only come back online after the plane had descended beneath the ash cloud. It wasn't until they had cleared the volcanic particles that clean airflow allowed combustion again. And now, having regained power, the aircraft was still in a precarious position, descending, engines unstable, and visibility worsening by the second. The windshields, now coated with a layer of ash and microscopic debris, had been rendered nearly opaque. The crew could barely see forward. Forward lighting produced a milky white glare on the glass, like headlights in a foggy snowstorm. The approach to Jakarta would have to be managed not by sight, but by instruments, and by looking through the tiny clear strips on the side windows where the wipers had kept the view somewhat unobstructed. Passengers, meanwhile, hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. The engines had fallen silent and returned without fanfare. Most remained in a quiet daze, holding tightly to the armrests, oxygen masks dangling now, unsure of whether the danger had passed or only just begun. The crew adjusted altitude, stabilized speed, and turned toward Jakarta. The flight, once a simple overnight leg, had now become a race against further ash exposure, fuel calculations, and a difficult approach into an unfamiliar airport. With limited visibility, potential engine damage, and 263 lives in the balance. British Airways Flight 9 was no longer a glider, but it wasn't out of danger. As the crew steadied the now breathing engines and recalibrated their approach toward Jakarta, the stress inside the cockpit remained razor sharp. The 747 had dropped from 37,000 feet to below 13,000 during the terrifying engine-out glide. With the engines back online, they were climbing slightly to maintain safe maneuvering altitude, but none of the 4 power plants could be trusted yet. Captain Eric Moody, calm as ever, knew the aircraft had passed through something dangerous. Volcanic ash still wasn't even on the flight crew's radar, literally and figuratively. But the damage it had caused was evident in every system readout. The engines were now operational, but only just. And the flight deck's view of the outside world was a ghostly blur. The front windscreen, once a clear panel offering visibility for miles, was now frosted with a fine, gritty residue, etched by the abrasive glass particles of volcanic ash. Headlights reflected off it in a white, opaque haze. From the captain's seat, forward visibility was next to nothing. They could see a little more through the outer side windows, where the wipers had pushed away enough ash to form narrow slits of clarity. But the view directly ahead was like staring into a lit fog. Instrument flight rules, IFR, would have to carry them through the landing. That meant relying entirely on gauges, sensors, radio beacons, and air traffic control guidance. It wasn't uncommon in bad weather or fog, but this was different. The ash damage added an unpredictable element to everything. From airspeed indicators to engine temperature readings, everything had to be double-checked. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the atmosphere was a mix of subdued tension and whispered relief. The engine's return brought a noticeable change in sound, and with it, a flicker of hope. But no announcement had yet come explaining what had happened. The flight attendants, trained for every possible scenario, kept the passengers calm with measured voices and quick, practiced movements. They offered reassurances, collected used oxygen masks, and quietly passed information back to the cockpit. Then came the announcement. Captain Moody's voice crackled over the intercom, deliberate, composed, and unmistakably British. He informed the passengers that all 4 engines had temporarily failed, and that the aircraft had descended to a lower altitude before successfully restarting them. He offered no dramatics, no guesswork, just facts. He ended with a line that would later be remembered by those on board for its surreal restraint. "We trust you are not in too much distress." The tone of the announcement left many passengers blinking in disbelief. The word temporarily didn't seem to carry the gravity of what they'd just endured. But Moody's cool demeanor had its effect. Panic never truly took hold. Instead, there was a strange kind of stillness, the calm that follows when people realize they're part of something far bigger than themselves, but are being led by someone who won't let go of the wheel. Below them, the lights of Jakarta began to come into view, dim through the smeared glass of the side windows. The aircraft had been cleared for approach to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a military civilian facility with a long enough runway for a wide-bodied 747. But this was no ordinary landing. With forward vision compromised and concerns still hanging over the engine's reliability, the crew approached the descent with surgical precision. The autopilot assisted in keeping their trajectory clean, while instruments guided them along the glide path. They flew almost blind, save for those narrow bands of semi-clear vision and the glowing instruments inside the flight deck. As they neared 6,000 feet, small sparks danced along the wing edges again. St. Elmo's fire, the same eerie electrical phenomenon from earlier. It was a reminder. They might not be entirely clear of the ash cloud yet. The atmosphere remained unpredictable. Any moment, an engine could surge or fail again. The crew made final landing checks. Landing gear down, flaps extended, speed adjusted, altitude descending. Through the side window, Moody could just make out the lights of the runway, but he would need help lining up. First Officer Greaves leaned to his side to aid with visuals, while Flight Engineer Townley Freeman monitored the engine's delicate parameters. It was a cockpit ballet, each man doing his part, trusting the others, moving in rhythm through one of the most demanding approaches in their flying careers. As the runway drew closer, there was no drama in the cabin, no countdown, no fanfare. Just the familiar pitch change as the aircraft flared, then the heavy thud of wheels touching down. The landing was firm, but smooth. The crowd of flight attendants, quietly gripping seatbacks, began to breathe again. On the tarmac, emergency vehicles rolled forward, unsure of what to expect from this wounded aircraft from the sky. But what they found was extraordinary. The engines were still running. The aircraft was structurally intact, and every one of the 263 passengers had survived. They had done it. They had landed a 747, blind and battered, after gliding through a full engine failure at cruising altitude, and no one on board had been lost. The mystery of what had nearly taken them down was still unresolved, but for now there was ground beneath their feet. The nightmare at 37,000 feet was over. When British Airways Flight 9 came to a complete stop on the runway at Jakarta's Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a stillness fell over the aircraft, unlike any other moment in the journey. After hours of tension, a powerless glide from 37,000 feet, and a descent through an obscured sky, the sound of engines idling on solid ground felt surreal. Passengers looked around, as if waiting for someone to tell them what had really happened. There was no cheering, no clapping. Just quiet exhalation, a shared disbelief that they had made it. Outside, emergency vehicles swarmed toward the aircraft. Fire crews, medics, and ground personnel moved into position, anticipating anything from engine fires to evacuation procedures. But there were no flames, no smoke, no injuries. The only unusual sight was the state of the 747 itself. The once shining paint on the leading edges of the wings was dulled and scorched. The nose cone was frosted over in an eerie gray film, and the cockpit windows were so sandblasted they looked like frosted bathroom glass, completely opaque from nose to crown. Captain Moody and his crew powered down the engines one by one. The aircraft's long flight had ended not in disaster, but in an emergency landing pulled off with remarkable composure and precision. And yet, none of them fully understood what they had just flown through. As maintenance crews swarmed the aircraft, the extent of the damage began to reveal itself. The engine interiors were lined with ash. Turbine blades had melted and resolidified. Tiny shards of glassy material coated the intakes and ventilation systems. On closer inspection, engineers noticed that the ash wasn't just dust. It was volcanic in nature, composed of sharp, abrasive particles. It had scoured the fuselage, dulled the landing lights, and, more alarmingly, interfered with the engines at a level no one had thought possible. British Airways immediately launched an internal investigation. But as data trickled in from Jakarta, it was clear that the source of the crisis wasn't the aircraft itself. It was the sky. Only after Flight 9 was safely on the ground did word reach the crew about the eruption of Mount Galunggung, a volcano roughly 110 miles southeast of Jakarta. The eruption had occurred earlier that day and sent a massive ash cloud soaring into the upper atmosphere. The eruption wasn't violent or fiery. It was quiet, distant, and largely unnoticed by air traffic control. No official NOTAM, notice to airmen, had been issued. The volcanic plume had drifted westward into one of the busiest commercial air corridors in the region, invisible on radar, undetectable until it was too late. Volcanic ash clouds are unique threats to aviation. They don't behave like thunderheads or storm systems. They don't show up on conventional weather radar because the ash particles lack the moisture content to reflect radar signals. Visually, they can appear like thin cloud layers, or even clear air under night skies. But inside those clouds are microscopic fragments of rock, glass, and minerals, lethal to jet engines. The heat inside a jet engine melts the ash into molten glass. This clings to the internal turbine components and then cools rapidly, solidifying again and blocking airflow. In extreme cases, it can choke the engine completely, extinguishing combustion and shutting down power, just as had happened aboard Flight 9. As British Airways and Indonesian authorities pieced together the timing and flight path, They confirmed the unthinkable. Flight 9 had flown directly through the heart of a high-altitude ash plume, and it had done so for several minutes before engine failure occurred. The ash had entered all 4 engines, cut them off simultaneously, and turned a powered flight into a silent glide. What made the survival even more remarkable was the fact that the engines reignited at all. Most pilots, and even manufacturers, didn't believe that once volcanic ash caused flameout, an engine could be restarted. But by descending below the ash cloud, where the air was clearer and denser, the crew had unknowingly given the engines a chance to breathe again. One by one, they had sputtered back to life. The landing was the culmination of this miracle. Flying blind, trusting instruments, managing systems strained to their limits. It was a display not only of engineering resilience but of human focus, coordination, and calm in a scenario for which no training manual could truly prepare. In interviews that followed, Captain Moody was quick to credit his crew, British Airways, and the aircraft itself. He downplayed heroism and emphasized teamwork. But among passengers and aviation professionals alike, the story took on a legendary quality. A 747, brought down by invisible ash, had glided through the dark and landed safely. Every person aboard had walked away. But the questions were just beginning. If ash clouds couldn't be seen or tracked, what protections did future flights have? How could crews be expected to avoid something they couldn't detect? And how many more flights were passing unknowingly through similar dangers? British Airways Flight 9 was no longer just a near disaster. It was a warning. A quiet, smoky wake-up call to the hidden threats of the atmosphere, and one that would change the aviation world forever. In the aftermath of Flight 9's miraculous landing, the magnitude of what had just occurred began to ripple far beyond Jakarta. British Airways, already conducting internal reviews, now found itself part of a growing international concern. What had struck down a 747 mid-flight, without a storm, without mechanical warning, wasn't turbulence, bird strike, or equipment failure. It was something far less understood, and until now, far more underestimated: volcanic ash. The crew of Flight 9, particularly Captain Eric Moody, quickly became the focus of attention, not only because they had saved 263 lives, but because they had flown through an event that few had believed possible. In press interviews, Moody remained characteristically calm and humble. "We're trained for emergencies," he told reporters, but this one was a bit different. A bit different indeed. Volcanic ash had long been known to pose some threat to aircraft, particularly propeller-driven ones at lower altitudes. But what Flight 9 experienced rewrote the narrative entirely. Jet engines, flying at altitudes above 35,000 feet, were supposed to be above most weather hazards. What no one had accounted for was that ash clouds, fine enough to linger invisibly in the atmosphere, could rise that high, and that their effects could be so devastating so quickly. The engineering teams that examined the aircraft back in Jakarta and later in London were astonished at the damage. All 4 engines had suffered severe erosion to their turbine blades. The combustion chambers were coated in a gritty glaze, molten ash that had fused with metal at high temperature before solidifying mid-process. Portions of the fuselage and wing leading edges were scraped raw, with paint stripped and sensor covers pitted. Even the landing lights and cockpit windscreens showed signs of abrasion, sanded down to a frosty opacity. Despite this, the aircraft had flown again, and that, more than anything, underscored the miracle. But it also revealed the urgency of a terrifying question. How many other flights had unknowingly passed through similar clouds? And how could pilots avoid something they couldn't see? Before Flight 9, ash clouds weren't monitored with the same seriousness as weather systems. Meteorological stations tracked eruptions when they were explosive or locally hazardous, but there was no global network for tracking ash dispersion in real time. Even radar systems, the gold standard in weather detection, failed to register ash because the dry, fine particles didn't return strong radar echoes. In the cockpit, there was no alert, no warning. Only the ghostly glow of St. Elmo's fire and a faint burning smell. Flight 9 had highlighted a blind spot, both literal and systemic. The aviation world responded swiftly. Within weeks, International aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and major weather agencies, convened emergency meetings. Volcanologists were brought in. Ash behavior at altitude was analyzed. Flight 9 had shown that a jet could lose all engines at once, and that a modern aircraft, even one as large and robust as a 747, was not immune to a silent hazard lurking in plain air. New protocols were drafted. Airlines began training pilots to recognize early symptoms of ash encounters: the sudden static discharge, unusual smells, engine surging, and forward visibility loss. Emergency checklists were updated. Perhaps most importantly, aviation authorities started to develop the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, a global network designed to monitor volcanic activity and issue real-time advisories to aircraft flying in affected zones. Satellite monitoring of ash plumes also advanced significantly in the years that followed. Earth-observing satellites could now track sulfur dioxide and ash dispersal with far greater accuracy, enabling warning systems that could alert air traffic control, dispatchers, and pilots more effectively than ever before. Flight 9 had done something no one wished for, but everyone ultimately benefited from. It forced aviation to evolve. It filled a knowledge gap with a hard-earned lesson. For those aboard that night, the world carried on, but never quite the same. Passengers spoke later of a strange peace during the descent, of how calm the cabin remained even as oxygen masks fell and the engines went quiet. Many credited the demeanor of the flight attendants, who moved like clockwork, keeping passengers steady in the face of the unknown. Captain Moody and his crew received widespread recognition. Their teamwork under pressure became a case study in aviation training programs around the world. Pilots and instructors referenced Flight 9 as the benchmark for poise and process during emergencies. It was not just a near disaster, it was a masterclass in how to fly through one. And in the years to come, other flights would encounter volcanic ash. Some would divert early, thanks to new detection. Others, like the 2010 Eyjafjallajökull eruption in Iceland, would ground hundreds of flights altogether, a decision made not out of fear, but from the lessons learned aboard Flight 9. What was once invisible now had a name, a path, and a plan. The night sky was still dark, but no longer unknowable. Because one flight, flying blind over Indonesia, had opened the world's eyes. While British Airways Flight 9 had returned safely to solid ground, the shockwaves from its brush with disaster continued to ripple through the aviation world. The dramatic mid-air crisis revealed vulnerabilities in modern flight that had been previously overlooked or underestimated, especially in the context of a growing global network of long-haul routes that routinely crossed volcanic regions. Jakarta Air Traffic Control, stunned by the event, began working more closely with geophysical agencies to understand what exactly had happened above their skies. It turned out that Mount Galunggung had erupted earlier on the same day as the flight, an event largely unnoticed outside local geological circles. The eruption had released a massive column of ash high into the atmosphere, and with the right combination of upper-level winds, that plume drifted silently into international airspace. The problem was, no one had known it was there. There were no alerts, no radar echoes, no warnings. The implications were sobering. In the months that followed, attention turned toward developing long-overdue protocols for how volcanic activity should be communicated to pilots. What happened to Flight 9 could not be allowed to happen again. At the time, there was no unified global method for identifying and reporting ash in real time. That changed quickly. Under pressure from ICAO and national aviation regulators, the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, were proposed and developed. Eventually, 9 centers would be established worldwide, each responsible for monitoring volcanic activity within a specific region and issuing alerts to aviation authorities and pilots. These centers, including those based in London, Anchorage, Tokyo, and Darwin, now serve as constant monitors of potential ash threats. Flight manuals also began to include specific guidance for recognizing and responding to volcanic ash encounters. New checklists addressed the subtle but critical warning signs: the sudden glow of St. Elmo's fire, strange engine behavior, or the faint, gritty smell of sulfur in the cabin. Pilots were taught not to rely on radar, but instead to trust the signs and act immediately. by descending, turning away, and avoiding further exposure. Flight simulators were updated to include volcanic ash failure scenarios. For the first time, engine flameouts caused by ash could be replicated in training environments. What had once seemed like an impossibility, losing all 4 engines in a 747, was now a part of the training syllabus for airline crews around the world. Engine manufacturers, too, took note. Rolls-Royce and other leading companies studied the damage to Flight 9's power plants in exhaustive detail. The molten ash had entered the combustion chamber, fused onto blades, then cooled into glass. Engineers began designing turbines more resistant to such damage and refining protocols for testing engines after suspected ash exposure. But perhaps the most lasting change was psychological. The illusion of complete control in modern aviation had been fractured. Pilots and passengers alike had been reminded that the sky, so vast, so seemingly predictable, still held secrets. And while the industry had grown more advanced, more redundant, more secure, it was not invincible. Nature, when unmonitored or misunderstood, could still outmaneuver the best of machines. For the passengers of Flight 9, life resumed, albeit with a deeper appreciation for its fragility. Many kept in touch long after the flight, bound by a shared memory of quiet terror and miraculous survival. Some described it as life-changing. Others said they didn't fully understand the gravity of the incident until they saw the headlines afterward. As for Captain Moody and his crew, they returned to flying after a period of review and rest. They were never ones to seek the spotlight, but their actions, decisive, professional, and calm under extraordinary circumstances, became legendary. Their story was passed down in classrooms and cockpits, not just as an example of skill, but of the human strength required when the systems fall silent. Flight 9 didn't crash. It didn't break apart in the sky or disappear beneath the ocean. But what it gave aviation was as important as any near miss or tragedy. A warning that came in time. A mystery, solved just enough to spur global change. And a reminder, above all, that vigilance in the sky must extend beyond what can be seen. In the years that followed the safe landing of British Airways Flight 9, the story became more than an incident report. It became a benchmark, a moment in aviation history where everything worked as it should, even as everything failed. And the final pieces of the legacy it left behind weren't just procedural or mechanical. They were human. They were cultural. They were enduring. The passengers of that extraordinary flight returned to their lives, scattered across the world, some never speaking much about the night they drifted powerless over Indonesia. Others held on to it quietly, knowing they had walked away from something that, by any standard, should have ended very differently. Among them were business people, families, backpackers, and crew members, each with a version of the story that included the surreal calm in the cabin, the quiet descent in the dark, the soundless minutes when the world outside was nothing but stars and silence. For many, the memory wasn't traumatic so much as deeply humbling. Some passengers described an eerie sense of peace while the engines were out, perhaps a product of the crew's measured composure, or the shared understanding that panic had no place here. The cabin crew, too, received high praise. Their ability to continue service, maintain order, and assist passengers through confusion and fear was nothing short of professional excellence. British Airways Flight 9 became a celebrated example of crew coordination under duress. It entered training manuals. Aviation conferences cited it as the gold standard for CRM, crew resource management. And in the years that followed, as aviation evolved with faster aircraft and more automation, the story of Flight 9 reminded the industry of something simple. Machines alone don't save lives. People do. Captain Eric Moody's now famous announcement, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped," became a case study in communication. It was a statement of impossible calm, delivered in a tone that seemed to compress the chaos of the moment into something oddly manageable. Moody, of course, didn't see it as legendary. In later interviews, he always redirected credit to his crew. It was a team effort, he insisted, the way flying is meant to be. And yet, it wasn't just the professional aviation community that took notice. The story captured imaginations far beyond the airport tarmac. It was covered in newspapers and on television, and eventually retold in books, documentaries, and podcasts. Writers saw in it not just technical drama, but the poetry of the impossible. A plane, silenced at altitude, returning from the brink without a single fatality. The Boeing 747 involved in the incident, GBDXH, returned to service after significant repairs and engine overhauls. It flew for years afterward, earning the nickname the Jakarta Jumper among those who knew its history. Every flight it made afterward carried with it a quiet legacy, proof of both the aircraft's resilience and the lessons it forced into the world. And those lessons rippled out far beyond British Airways. The aviation community began to share data more freely, particularly in volcanic regions. Airspace management protocols were rewritten, and volcanic monitoring programs saw new investment. Countries with active volcanoes began establishing better communication channels, with air traffic control centers and flight dispatchers. The volcanic ash advisory centers became fully operational and interconnected. Their early alerts would eventually be credited with saving countless flights from potential exposure in years to come. Notably, in 2010, when Iceland's Eyjafjallajökull volcano erupted and shut down a significant portion of European airspace for days, many remembered Flight 9. Airlines, governments, and meteorologists worked together in real time, guided in part by the experience decades earlier of a jetliner that had fallen silent over Java. The delays were frustrating, but the caution was justified. It was a sign that the system now understood what ash could do. Flight 9 never needed a monument to be remembered. Its legacy lived in every pilot who learned its story, every crew member who rehearsed a once unthinkable emergency, and every satellite pinging Earth's surface to track clouds the eye couldn't see. It became part of aviation's quiet conscience, a reminder that not every danger rumbles with thunder, and not every survival ends with applause. To this day, the events of June 24, 1982, serve as a reminder that the sky, for all its wonder and openness, still holds moments where instinct, skill, and calm resolve matter most. The engine stopped, the sky went quiet, and still, somehow, everyone came home. That's not just a mystery solved, that's a miracle flown. In the vast arid expanse of the Sahara Desert, a place where the sun rains with relentless heat and the winds sculpt sand into endless waves, the last thing one might expect to find is a modern jet aircraft, silent and still, its metallic surfaces glaring under the intense sun. Yet, in 1969, this surreal scene captured the attention of the world when a fully intact jet was discovered abandoned without a trace of its crew or passengers, sparking one of the most baffling mysteries in aviation history. The aircraft, a Boeing 707, was found by a nomadic group wandering the desert in search of grazing for their camels. The nomads were familiar with the sight of planes flying overhead, a common enough occurrence with international routes crisscrossing the sky above the desert. But the sight of a large, intact jet on the ground was unprecedented. Curiosity drew them closer, and what they found was a plane that seemed prepared for a normal flight, yet eerily void of life. The scene around the jet was undisturbed, with no signs of a crash landing. The aircraft appeared to have made a perfectly controlled landing on the sands. The boarding stairs were down, as if inviting the passengers to disembark. Inside, the cabin was orderly with safety cards tucked into seat pockets and overhead bins closed. The only thing missing was the people. No crew, no passengers were found, and no personal belongings were left behind. Local authorities were quickly notified about the discovery. The news of the abandoned jet spread rapidly, attracting local police and eventually, international aviation investigators to the site. The aircraft's identification numbers were traced back to a recently reported missing jet, which had last communicated its position while overflying a neighboring country's airspace hours before its unexpected discovery in the desert. As investigators arrived at the location, the immediate task was to secure the site and begin the process of documenting everything exactly as it was found. Photographs were taken, and every element of the jet was carefully examined, from the engines and landing gear to the flight deck and avionics. The jet's logbooks and navigation charts were still in the cockpit, showing a flight path that had been abruptly abandoned. The mystery deepened as preliminary checks showed that the jet's systems were functional, with no mechanical failures recorded in the flight data recorder. There were also no distress signals sent from the aircraft before it descended into the desert. This impeccable condition of the jet, combined with the lack of any signs of struggle or emergency, baffled the investigators. Questions swirled among the investigation team. How had the jet landed here in the middle of the Sahara without any of its passengers or crew? Why were there no signs of a hasty evacuation or an emergency situation that might have prompted such an unusual landing? Theories began to form, but each seemed as unlikely as the next. The desert, silent and watchful, offered no clues, and the jet itself, despite being equipped with the latest technology of the time, held its secrets tightly. This enigmatic discovery would come to challenge the boundaries of what was understood about aviation incidents. It also posed poignant questions about the fate of those who had been aboard. As the investigation pressed on, the task of piecing together the events leading up to the aircraft's final flight became a puzzle that captured the imagination of the world, raising this particular incident to the status of legend in the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. The Boeing 707 that sat deserted amidst the sprawling sands of the Sahara had embarked on what was supposed to be a routine commercial flight. Its journey had begun at a bustling international airport, where it was thoroughly checked and prepared for a long haul over several countries, with a final destination in a major European city. The jet, a marvel of modern aviation technology, was equipped to ensure a safe and comfortable journey across vast distances, manned by a seasoned crew well-versed in such routes. The flight crew consisted of an experienced captain, known for his meticulous attention to detail and an impeccable safety record, alongside a co-pilot and a navigator who were equally competent and respected in their professions. The passenger list included business travelers, a few families returning home or starting vacations, and solo travelers embarking on various personal adventures. Each had boarded the plane with luggage in hand, expectations for their travels ahead, and no indication that their flight would become an enduring mystery. As the jet took off that day, air traffic control monitored its progress, noting its ascent and stabilization in the cruising altitude. The crew's last communication was a routine position report over the radio, stating their current location and expected time over the next waypoint. This communication was logged by air traffic control, and everything appeared normal. However, shortly thereafter, the jet disappeared from radar screens without any distress signal or further communication, initiating a perplexing silence that would lead to its unexpected discovery in the desert. The investigation into the jet's last known hours painted a picture of normality. The flight data, up to the point of last contact, showed no deviations from the planned route or any signs of mechanical issues. The weather reports indicated clear skies with favorable flying conditions. Interviews with air traffic controllers and other personnel confirmed that there had been no signs of trouble and no emergency communications had been received from the flight. This disappearance triggered a search operation that spanned several countries. Military and civilian aircraft scanned the jet's expected flight path and adjacent areas, looking for any signs of the aircraft. Satellite imagery was analyzed to detect possible crash sites, and ships in nearby waters were alerted to watch for debris. Yet, despite these extensive efforts, there was no trace of the jet until its inexplicable appearance in the Sahara, far off its original course. The sudden vanishing of the aircraft, followed by its equally mysterious reappearance landed intact in the desert, raised numerous questions. How could a jet with a full complement of passengers and crew land in the middle of one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, without any sign of those aboard? Was the plane commandeered and diverted? If so, by whom and for what purpose? Alternatively, could a rare but conceivable set of circumstances have led to the crew and passengers incapacitating, leaving the plane to continue on a ghostly trajectory until fuel exhaustion brought it gently to the ground? These questions formed the core of the ensuing investigation, driving a deeper look into every conceivable aspect of the flight, from the mechanical integrity of the aircraft to the backgrounds and recent activities of everyone on board. As the global aviation community watched closely, the mystery of the jet in the Sahara became a puzzle that experts around the world were eager to solve. each clue adding a piece to the intricate tapestry of theories. The discovery of the abandoned Boeing 707 in the vast Sahara Desert not only baffled investigators, but also prompted an immediate and extensive investigation by local authorities. International aviation bodies, including experts from the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, were quickly involved, underscoring the severity and unusual nature of the case. Once the initial shock of the discovery settled, the first step was to secure the site. A perimeter was established around the aircraft to preserve any evidence that might help in piecing together the events leading up to its mysterious landing. Forensic teams meticulously examined the jet, taking note of every detail, from the positions of the cockpit controls to the arrangement of items found in the cabin. They collected fingerprints, fibers, and other residues that might yield clues about the presence and activities of the passengers and crew. Concurrently, a more comprehensive international response was organized. Given the jet's last known flight path crossed multiple international borders, authorities from several countries collaborated, sharing radar data, flight logs, and other relevant information. This cooperation was pivotal, as the jet had disappeared from radar coverage and left little for investigators to work with. The collaborative international effort aimed to reconstruct the flight's path and determine how it ended up in such a remote location. As part of the investigation, officials also scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and the airline's safety protocols. This scrutiny was necessary to determine if mechanical failure could have played a role in the aircraft's fate. Interviews with maintenance crew and inspections of other aircraft in the fleet provided additional contexts, though initially, nothing pointed to a mechanical or technical failure. Meanwhile, the identities and backgrounds of every individual on board were examined in detail. Authorities reached out to families, colleagues, and friends, gathering information that might explain if any personal factors could have influenced the events. This process was emotionally taxing for the families involved, stirring a mix of hope and dread as each new piece of information was analyzed. The search for clues was not confined to the ground. Aerial and satellite reconnaissance played a crucial role in the investigation, attempting to trace the jet's unexpected deviation from its flight path. This search examined vast stretches of the jet's possible routes to find signs of distress or unusual maneuvers. Experts in satellite imagery and aerial photography joined the effort, scrutinizing images for any trace that the jet had been elsewhere before its final landing site. The efforts to find clues about the jet's journey and the fate of its occupants were painstaking and slow. Days turned into weeks, with the investigation team combing through an immense amount of data, from satellite images to weather reports from the day of the disappearance. Theories were tested and often discarded, adding to the mounting frustrations and the pressing demand for answers. The investigation also delved into less conventional theories, exploring the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. Security footage from the airport, passenger and crew records, and communications were analyzed to identify any potential threats or anomalies that might suggest such scenarios. However, these lines of inquiry also hit dead ends, as there were no indications of criminal activities or unauthorized access to the aircraft prior to its last flight. Public interest in the case grew as the investigation continued. Media outlets around the world reported on the progress of the investigation, speculating about possible explanations and contributing to a growing lore surrounding the event. This media attention often proved a double-edged sword. While it helped keep the investigation in the public eye and sometimes prompted valuable tips or insights, it also generated pressure on the investigators and distress among the families of the missing. Throughout this extensive and detailed investigation, the commitment to uncovering the truth never wavered. Each lead, no matter how small or seemingly inconsequential, was followed in the hope of solving the enigma of the jet that landed itself in the Sahara. This relentless pursuit of answers underscored the complexity and determination of those involved in unraveling one of the most perplexing mysteries in aviation history. As the investigation progressed, the focus intensified on the painstaking task of searching for any physical clues that could shed light on the jet's mysterious landing in the Sahara. The search teams, composed of experts in various fields, conducted thorough ground searches in the vast desert surrounding the found aircraft, hoping to find items that might have been ejected or lost during an unrecorded emergency landing. Ground search teams meticulously scoured the area immediately around the jet. This included combing through the sand for miles in each direction, looking for footprints, discarded items, or any other evidence that might indicate the movements of the passengers and crew after landing. Given the harsh desert environment, this task was arduous. The shifting sands and extreme temperatures posed significant challenges, often erasing what little trace might have existed. Simultaneously, aerial and satellite searches provided a broader view of the area. Advanced satellite imagery was employed to scan vast stretches of the desert, looking for any disturbances in the natural landscape that might suggest the plane had traveled over it, or that survivors had wandered away from the initial landing site. Helicopters and drones equipped with high-resolution cameras and thermal imaging technology flew over the region, expanding the search radius and providing real-time data to the teams on the ground. Despite these exhaustive efforts, the searches yielded few tangible results. The desert seemed to have swallowed any clues, leaving the investigation team grappling with more questions than answers. The pristine condition of the aircraft at the discovery site suggested a controlled landing rather than a crash, which only deepened the mystery. How had the aircraft landed so perfectly, without any trace of the crew or passengers? With physical searches providing limited insights, the investigation expanded to include detailed analysis of radar and satellite data from the days leading up to the jet's disappearance. This analysis aimed to reconstruct the flight path more accurately and identify any unusual deviations or moments when the aircraft might have gone off course. The data recovery process involved syncing timestamps from various international radar installations, a complex task given the differences in technology and coverage areas. Experts also considered the possibility that the aircraft might have been flown deliberately off course, a scenario that pointed towards deliberate human intervention rather than mechanical failure. This line of investigation led to further scrutiny of the flight crew's backgrounds and recent behaviors, searching for any signs of discontent, financial problems, or connections that might suggest a motive for diverting the flight. Furthermore, the technical team delved deeper into the aircraft's onboard systems, examining the jet's autopilot and navigation systems to assess whether they could have been tampered with or programmed to execute a flight plan that deviated from the original route. The aircraft's communication systems were also analyzed to determine why no distress call was made, and whether the systems had been disabled or failed. As weeks turned into months, the complexity of the investigation grew. Each piece of data added a layer to the intricate puzzle, yet no conclusive evidence emerged that could explain the circumstances leading to the jet's final landing in the desert. The lack of answers was frustrating for the investigators, and agonizing for the families waiting for any news of their loved ones. Throughout this extensive search and investigative effort, the commitment of the teams never wavered. The mystery of the silent passenger jet in the desert captured the attention of the global aviation community, reminding everyone of the vast unknowns still present in modern aviation and the relentless pursuit of answers that drives human curiosity and ingenuity. As the exhaustive physical and technical investigations continued without yielding conclusive results, the range of theories regarding the disappearance of the jet and its passengers began to proliferate. Each theory attempted to fill the void left by the lack of concrete evidence, ranging from plausible explanations involving hijacking and sabotage to speculative scenarios including supernatural elements. Among the more grounded theories was the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. This line of thought was driven by the meticulous analysis of the aircraft's last known communications and radar signatures, which showed no signs of distress or deviation until shortly before it disappeared. Investigators pored over passenger lists and crew backgrounds, searching for any links to criminal networks or previous behavior that might suggest a motive for redirecting the aircraft. However, despite deep dives into the personal lives of those on board, no clear connections or motives emerged. Another compelling theory revolved around a catastrophic mechanical or technical failure that somehow did not compromise the aircraft's ability to land intact. Experts in aviation mechanics scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and interviewed the ground crew who had serviced the plane prior to its final flight. They examined scenarios where critical systems could fail in such a way that communication was lost while basic flight control was maintained. Yet, the condition of the jet upon discovery, undamaged and apparently landed with precision, made this theory difficult to support. Simultaneously, some investigators considered the potential for an elaborate insurance fraud scheme, where the aircraft was landed intentionally in a remote area to be later declared lost. Financial records and insurance policies related to the aircraft and its cargo were thoroughly reviewed, searching for unusually high insurances taken out or last-minute changes in policy terms. However, nothing out of the ordinary surfaced in the financial audit, leaving this theory also hanging without substantive support. As these plausible explanations were explored and often hit dead ends, more speculative theories began to gain attention. Not least among them, the idea of supernatural or extraterrestrial involvement. This was fueled in part by the aircraft's mysterious and pristine condition when found, which seemed almost staged or otherworldly. Ufologists and paranormal enthusiasts joined the fray, proposing ideas that ranged from alien abductions to dimensional portals, citing the Sahara's historical and mystical associations as a potential hotspot for such phenomena. In response to these wilder theories, some sections of the scientific community advocated for a more measured approach, suggesting psychological factors like mass hysteria or a shared delusion among the crew and passengers might explain the disappearance. Psychologists were brought in to analyze behaviors recorded on the flight's CCTV and any personal communications sent by those on board before the flight. They looked for signs of group psychological dynamics that could lead to a collective decision to disappear, though this approach, too, struggled to find factual grounding. The variety of theories, each with its proponents and detractors, created a vibrant, if chaotic, tapestry of possibilities that captured the public's imagination. Media coverage began to reflect this diversity of thought, with documentaries and news segments often presenting a new theory each week, each more sensational than the last. This media circus brought the incident into the realm of popular culture, where it was discussed and debated everywhere from internet forums to coffee shops. In the midst of all the speculation, the investigation team worked tirelessly to maintain a focus on verifiable facts and evidence-based theories. They coordinated with international aviation and safety organizations to ensure that all possible leads were thoroughly explored. The complexity of the case required them to be open-minded yet skeptical, willing to follow where the evidence led but cautious of falling into conjecture without proof. Through it all, the mystery of the silent passenger jet in the Sahara remained an open question, a puzzle that seemed to resist every attempt to solve it. As months turned into years, the incident continued to be a source of fascination and frustration, a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and the enduring allure of the unknown. The investigation into the abandoned jet in the Sahara continued, gradually shaping the aviation industry's approach to flight safety and emergency response. The unusual circumstances surrounding the jet's mysterious landing prompted a critical reassessment of existing protocols, emphasizing the need for enhanced tracking and communication technologies. In response to the incident, aviation authorities worldwide began to scrutinize and subsequently strengthen the protocols for tracking aircraft over large, uninhabited areas like deserts and oceans. This led to the accelerated adoption of more advanced real-time tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft regardless of their location. Technologies such as ADS-B, Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, which provides air traffic controllers with real-time updates on an aircraft's position, became standard requirements on commercial jets. The incident also highlighted the importance of improving onboard communication systems to ensure that pilots could maintain contact with ground control under any circumstances. Enhancements were made to satellite communication technologies, allowing for a continuous two-way communication channel between the aircraft and ground control, even from the most remote parts of the world. These technical improvements were accompanied by revisions to emergency response strategies. The mysterious circumstances of the jet's landing, with no distress call or indication of trouble, led to the development of more robust procedures for investigating and responding to sudden silences or disappearances of aircraft. Simulation exercises and training programs were updated to include scenarios involving unexplained landings and disappearances, preparing both aircrews and ground personnel to handle similar situations more effectively. The media's role in covering the incident also had a profound impact on public perception of aviation safety. Initial sensational reporting gave way to a more measured discourse as the investigation unfolded, helping to educate the public on the complexities and challenges of maintaining safety in modern aviation. This shift in media narrative helped to rebuild trust in air travel, which had been somewhat shaken by the mysterious event. In popular culture, the incident inspired various forms of artistic expression. Filmmakers, novelists, and television producers drew upon the eerie and unresolved nature of the story, creating works that captured the public's imagination and explored themes of isolation, technology, and human courage. These cultural products contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of the incident, ensuring that the story remained part of the public consciousness. Additionally, the incident became a focal point for discussions about transparency and government accountability in handling unexplained events. Advocacy groups pushed for more open access to information regarding aviation anomalies, arguing that public scrutiny can play a crucial role in improving safety standards. This led to somewhat more transparent practices, with authorities becoming more forthcoming about incidents in their investigations. The legacy of the abandoned jet in the Sahara is a complex tapestry of technological advancement, cultural impact, and improved safety protocols. It serves as a poignant reminder of aviation's vulnerabilities and the constant need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation to ensure the safety of air travel. As the industry continues to evolve, the lessons learned from this mysterious incident remain a crucial part of the dialogue on how best to navigate the skies safely and responsibly. The mysterious discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara not only puzzled investigators and aviation experts, but also left a significant mark on popular culture and spawned a variety of conspiracy theories. The intrigue surrounding the event permeated various media, influencing films, literature, and sparking fervent discussions among both skeptics and believers. In popular culture, the abandoned jet became the subject of numerous documentaries, each attempting to unravel the mystery from different angles. Filmmakers explored the incident, often blending factual investigation with speculative fiction to engage audiences. The enigmatic nature of the case proved to be a fertile ground for storytellers, who envisioned scenarios ranging from espionage and governmental cover-ups to paranormal activity and alien interventions. These stories, while fictional, tapped into the collective fascination with the unexplained, drawing large audiences eager to explore the boundaries of reality. Literature also mirrored this fascination. Authors of thriller and mystery genres found inspiration in the Desert Jet, crafting novels that delved into the psychological and societal impacts of such a bewildering event. These books often portrayed characters grappling with the unknown, using the backdrop of the mysterious jet to explore themes of isolation, human fear of abandonment, and the existential dread of the unexplained. Furthermore, the incident spurred a slew of conspiracy theories that flourished on internet forums and social media platforms. These theories ranged from the plausible to the outlandish, with some suggesting that the jet was part of a secret government experiment gone awry, while others believed it was evidence of time travel or an interdimensional portal. These discussions were not just limited to fringe groups. They occasionally made their way into mainstream debates, prompting public figures and experts to weigh in on the possibilities. The proliferation of such theories highlighted a deep-seated human need to find explanations for the inexplicable. They also underscored the distrust some segments of the public had towards official accounts of mysterious incidents, reflecting a broader skepticism of authority. This skepticism often led to vigorous debates about transparency and the need for open government investigations into unexplained phenomena. Educationally, the incident became a case study in critical thinking and media literacy within academic settings. Teachers and professors used the event to encourage students to analyze sources, differentiate between evidence-based conclusions and speculation, and understand the impact of media on public perception. This educational aspect was crucial in fostering a more discerning and questioning approach among students, preparing them for a world where distinguishing between fact and fiction is increasingly complex. The cultural impact of the mysterious jet in the Sahara extended beyond entertainment and education. It became a part of the social dialogue on mystery and exploration, a modern-day enigma that challenged our understanding of technology, human nature, and the cosmos. As such, it remained a topic of enduring interest, continuing to inspire curiosity and awe years after the initial discovery. Thus, the legacy of the silent passenger jet went far beyond its physical remnants in the desert. It became a symbol of the unknown, a catalyst for imagination, and a beacon for those who dare to question and explore the uncharted territories of human knowledge and understanding. As the years passed, the jet's mystery remained unsolved, but its impact was indelibly etched into the cultural and intellectual landscape, proving that some mysteries, whether solved or not, have the power to captivate and transform. As the years passed since the discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara, the mystery remained largely unsolved, continuing to puzzle experts and captivate the public imagination. The ongoing fascination with the incident has not only sustained interest in the case, but also fostered a legacy that influences various aspects of aviation, government policy, and popular culture. The enigmatic nature of the incident has ensured that it remains a topic of discussion at aviation safety conferences and symposiums around the world. Experts regularly revisit the case, using it as a benchmark to discuss improvements in flight tracking technology and emergency response protocols. The incident underscored the importance of robust communication systems and reinforced global efforts to implement real-time tracking technologies across all commercial flights to prevent such mysteries in the future. The unresolved case continues to be a significant point of reference for training programs in aviation academies. Instructors use the scenario to teach students about crisis management, decision-making under duress, and the procedures for handling unusual in-flight events. The discussions often extend beyond technical responses, delving into ethical considerations such as the responsibility of crews to passengers and the impact of decisions on the families involved. In the realm of policy and governance, the incident has prompted ongoing debates about transparency and public access to information regarding aviation anomalies. Advocacy groups have emerged, pushing for legislation that requires governments and agencies to be more forthcoming with information about such incidents. These efforts have led to some changes in policy, with several countries adopting more transparent processes for reporting and investigating unexplained aerial phenomena. The case has also continued to inspire a wide range of cultural productions. New documentaries and investigative reports emerge periodically, each bringing fresh perspectives or revisiting old theories with new information. These productions contribute to a layered narrative that combines factual investigation with creative speculation, keeping the public engaged and eager for any new developments. Moreover, the incident has permeated academic discussions, becoming a subject of study in fields as diverse as psychology, sociology, and journalism. Academics analyze the public and media responses to the incident as a case study in human behavior, the spread of misinformation, and the societal impacts of unresolved mysteries. Such studies often highlight how human beings deal with the unknown, the role of the media in shaping public perception, and the psychological effects on those directly involved in or affected by such incidents. On a more personal level, the legacy of the mystery continues to impact the families of the crew and passengers who were aboard the jet. For many, the lack of closure remains a source of ongoing grief and frustration. However, some family members have channeled their experiences into advocacy, working with aviation safety organizations to improve passenger and crew safety. Their efforts ensure that the incident, while unresolved, has a constructive impact on the future of aviation. In the broader community, the abandoned jet has become a symbol of the enduring human fascination with the unknown. It sparks the imagination of those who hear about it for the first time and continues to intrigue those who have followed the story since the discovery. The incident serves as a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and technology, prompting both humility and a relentless drive for innovation among scientists, explorers, and theorists. Ultimately, the legacy of the silent passenger jet is woven into the fabric of modern lore, a mysterious narrative that challenges our understanding of the world and propels us toward greater exploration and discovery. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, its impact is undeniable, influencing how we think about, respond to, and communicate our encounters with the unknown. As we move forward, the story of the jet in the Sahara serves as a profound lesson in the complexities of our technological age and the mysteries that still lie beyond our grasp. The Learjet 35 is a sleek, nimble business jet, built for speed and comfort at high altitude. Often seen shuttling celebrities, executives, and professionals across the skies, it's a symbol of precision engineering and luxury. On October 25, 1999, One such Learjet, tail number N47BA, was scheduled for a short, uneventful flight from Orlando, Florida to Dallas, Texas. Its flight plan was simple, its weather clear, and its systems all checked out. What should have been a routine trip would instead unfold into one of the eeriest and most heartbreaking mysteries in modern aviation: the flight that flew itself. That morning began quietly at Orlando Sanford International Airport. The Learjet sat prepped and fueled on the tarmac, awaiting its crew and passengers. Among those on board would be professional golfer Payne Stewart, fresh off recent victories and with a bright career still ahead of him. Stewart, known for his charismatic presence on and off the green, was headed to Dallas for business, traveling with his agents and close companions. The crew, consisting of 2 experienced pilots, arrived early, conducted their inspections, and found everything in working order. No warning lights, no strange behavior. Nothing to suggest anything other than a smooth flight ahead. At 9:19 a.m. Eastern Time, the Learjet taxied down the runway and lifted effortlessly into the morning sky. Controllers noted a smooth ascent and acknowledged a routine check-in as the plane climbed through 23,000 feet. The crew confirmed their heading, received clearance for further ascent, and switched frequencies as instructed. But after that final handoff to a new air traffic controller, radio silence. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered. Controllers began to suspect a simple communications issue. Perhaps the crew was just slow to tune to the new frequency. It happens. But the silence continued. Minutes turned to more than 10. Then 20. As the Learjet continued climbing to its cruising altitude of 39,000 feet, concern quietly began to spread through the radar stations watching its steady path. There were no turns off course, no erratic behavior, no deviation in altitude. It flew with an eerie steadiness, almost like a textbook autopilot demonstration. But the longer it flew without a response, the more unusual the situation became. Air traffic control centers along its path continued to attempt contact, escalating alerts and reaching out to the aircraft again and again. Nothing. When the plane crossed into Missouri airspace and still had not responded, the Federal Aviation Administration began coordinating with military authorities. NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, was notified, and preparations began to scramble fighter jets. The goal was to intercept the Learjet, attempt visual contact, and determine whether the crew was in distress or the aircraft had been hijacked. But even as the military moved into action, there was still no sign of deviation. The jet flew northwesterly, passing over Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and into the Midwest. It flew for hour after hour, eerily consistent in its heading and altitude, cruising far above the ground as though everything was perfectly normal. All the while, those tracking it from the ground grew increasingly uneasy. Planes don't just go silent for no reason. Pilots don't miss repeated check-ins. Something was wrong. But what? And what were the people on board experiencing at that moment, if anything at all? F-16 fighter jets were finally scrambled from an Oklahoma Air National Guard base. The pilots quickly ascended to meet the Learjet's altitude and reached visual range as it neared Missouri. What they reported back was chilling. Through the cockpit windows, frosted over and opaque, they could see no movement, no sign of life, no signal or change in trajectory. The jet flew on, as if guided by invisible hands. As they circled the silent aircraft, the fighter pilots tried to make contact, maneuvering beside it, rocking wings, attempting hand signals through the glass. But there was no response. The Learjet flew on, ghost-like, cutting through the sky without a sound save for the engines that kept it aloft. Back on the ground, the realization began to set in. Whatever had happened on board must have happened quickly, and it had likely rendered everyone on the jet unconscious. Investigators would later suspect a loss of cabin pressure, an insidious and silent failure that could rob everyone of consciousness in just minutes, especially at high altitudes where the air is thin and time for useful action is measured in seconds. As the Learjet pushed farther into the open skies of the Great Plains, its engines still strong, it was clear the aircraft was running on autopilot, unmanned, unattended, and unable to correct course. Those watching on radar and through binoculars could only wait, powerless to alter its trajectory. The mystery, now fully underway, had moved beyond a simple communication issue. It had become something else entirely. A jet flying itself across the sky, unresponsive and unstoppable, with no one answering the call. The Learjet continued its silent course through the sky, a sleek silver arrow slicing westward at 39,000 feet, stubbornly steady, eerily perfect. Below it, the United States slowly unfurled, from the green forests of Georgia to the brown fields of Kansas, oblivious to the lifeless aircraft tracing its path across the heart of the country. From the ground, it looked like just another jet, business as usual. But from within radar rooms and military command centers, the reality was growing darker by the minute. After repeated failed attempts to contact the crew, FAA controllers initiated what's known as an INREC, an information request notice, signaling concern for a flight no longer in communication. As the jet drifted into increasingly unfamiliar territory, a heightened state of alert kicked in. This was no minor radio failure. Something was seriously wrong. NORAD scrambled its fighter jets shortly after 10 a.m. Central Time. Pilots from the Oklahoma Air National Guard were directed toward the rogue aircraft. Flying at supersonic speeds, they caught up to the Learjet near Springfield, Missouri. The intercept was coordinated not only to assess the situation visually, but to act swiftly in case of hijacking or other security threats. What they found instead was more unsettling than any armed conflict they had trained for. The F-16s closed in on the Learjet's left side, approaching carefully. Through the aircraft's rounded windows, the fighter pilots tried to catch any sign of movement. Someone at the controls, a passenger shifting in their seat. But the cockpit windows were fogged or frosted, difficult to see through. At one point, one of the fighter pilots reported seeing what appeared to be condensation, or ice, coating the interior of the glass. There were no signs of a conscious crew. No response. No deviation. The plane simply continued. Communicating back to NORAD, the fighter pilots confirmed that the Learjet was behaving like it was on autopilot. It maintained altitude, speed, and heading with textbook precision, just as it had from the beginning. One pilot reported seeing what looked like the silhouette of someone slumped forward in the cockpit, still, unmoving. There was little else the military could do. They had orders not to shoot unless the aircraft was determined to pose an imminent threat to populated areas, and this one, chillingly, posed none. It was headed toward open plains, so the fighters stayed with it, shadowing its strange journey, while more jets were launched to take over escort duties further along the projected route. Back at the FAA, the focus shifted toward trying to understand what could have led to such a situation. The most immediate suspicion, hypoxia. Loss of cabin pressure at high altitude can quickly rob a person of consciousness, within 30 to 60 seconds, without supplemental oxygen. If the pressurization system had failed, and the crew didn't respond in time, the results could be tragic and quiet. In just a few short minutes, everyone on board could have slipped into unconsciousness without ever realizing the danger. The Learjet 35's pressurization system was generally reliable, but like any system, it was vulnerable to failure. Investigators already knew the dangers from previous incidents. One of the most infamous had occurred in 1971, when an airline crew suffered a similar loss of pressure and was rendered unconscious until their autopilot brought them safely, and unintentionally, back to land. But those cases were rare, and never this prolonged. With the Learjet's radio silence stretching into hours, the reality settled hard. It was almost certain that everyone on board had been incapacitated early in the flight. The only thing keeping the aircraft airborne now was its autopilot system, steadily maintaining course, oblivious to the fate of those it carried. The aircraft continued its path over Nebraska, its fuel slowly burning away. In the final hour of its flight, fighter pilots noted the jet was beginning to drift slightly off course. The autopilot may have started to falter. The systems were nearing their limits. The silence had grown louder, not a mechanical failure, not an explosion or fire, but a slow, invisible descent into tragedy. No alarms, no frantic calls, just a flight gone eerily quiet. Families of the passengers and crew had begun to receive calls from authorities. The name Payne Stewart had already reached newsrooms across the country. The media, sensing something serious and strange, began circling. But for now, no one could confirm what had happened. only that a jet with 6 souls on board was high in the sky, unresponsive, and on a steady heading toward nowhere. The flight that began with such normalcy had now passed its halfway mark, ghosted by jets and trailed by questions. All anyone could do was wait. Wait for the inevitable end, and for the investigation that would follow. Whatever had happened up there, it was unfolding at 500 miles an hour, far above the ground, inside a cabin where no one could speak to the outside world. The Learjet soared high over the Midwestern sky, the sun glinting off its polished fuselage as it maintained its unbroken, unwavering path. From the ground, it looked like any other business aircraft, calm, fast, efficient. But to those following it from control towers, military radar stations, and the cockpits of the F-16s assigned to monitor it, the jet had taken on an eerie quality. It was now deep into its ghost flight, heading toward the vast open spaces of South Dakota, a plane flying perfectly, without a soul guiding it. By this point, the Learjet had been airborne for over 3 hours. Fighter jets had tailed it since Missouri, taking turns from different Air National Guard units along its projected route. Their reports remained consistent. No response to radio calls, no movement visible inside, no signs of life. The cockpit windows remained frosted. Through the cabin windows, some F-16 pilots claimed to see what looked like passengers slumped in their seats, unmoving. The cabin pressurization theory now felt less like a hypothesis and more like a tragic certainty. The aircraft's route, originally intended to deliver its passengers from Orlando to Dallas, had long since been left behind. Without human input, the autopilot had locked onto a stable heading and kept the aircraft flying almost due northwest. It crossed Kansas, then Nebraska, and crept steadily toward the sparsely populated regions of South Dakota. There was no deviation, no descent, no flare, just smooth, steady, silent flight. Those aboard likely lost consciousness within minutes of the presumed cabin pressure loss. At 39,000 feet, the air is far too thin for human survival without pressurization or supplemental oxygen. If the system had failed and the crew hadn't quickly donned their oxygen masks, they would have slipped into unconsciousness before even fully realizing what was happening. Hypoxia doesn't come with flashing warning lights or piercing alarms. It arrives like a soft veil, confusion, fatigue, and then nothing. And in the calm quiet of a smooth climb, it's easy to miss until it's too late. In the Learjet's cockpit, the autopilot likely maintained level flight while the aircraft cruised through the upper atmosphere. There were no inputs from the pilots, no course corrections, no descent planning. It simply flew, mechanically perfect and unnervingly indifferent to the condition of the people on board. The fighters assigned to shadow it could do little but watch. They flew alongside at a respectful distance, occasionally adjusting positions to recheck for visual clues. Radio calls continued, but no response ever came. With the Learjet not exhibiting any signs of aggression, deviation toward populated areas, or threat to national security, there was no justification to intervene physically. NORAD issued strict standing orders: do not shoot. Meanwhile, across the country, the story had begun to emerge. News outlets picked up on reports of a plane flying unresponsive across several states. As word spread, the name Payne Stewart entered headlines and broadcasts. The golfing world, already buzzing with his recent success at the US Open, was stunned. Fans, colleagues, and sports journalists held their breath, hoping for a miraculous explanation, or at least a safe landing. But aviation experts understood what the signs meant. This was not a survivable scenario. Just after 12 p.m. Central Time, fuel began running low. The jet, having traveled over 1,500 miles, had nearly exhausted its supply. Those tracking it braced for the inevitable. The aircraft could no longer stay aloft. There would be no emergency landing, no radioed mayday. There were no conscious hands at the controls. It was only a matter of time. Radar data showed the Learjet slowly beginning to descend. At first, it seemed like a typical programmed descent, the kind you'd expect from an autopilot approaching a destination. But it wasn't under control. It was a quiet fall, engines sputtering. No flaps, no gear, no course correction. A graceful but terminal arc toward the ground. At 12:13 p.m., in a remote field near Mena, South Dakota, the Learjet crashed. There were no survivors. The jet impacted the earth at high speed, creating a deep, smoking scar in the soil and scattering debris in a tight pattern. Local authorities and emergency responders were quickly on scene, but the outcome was as expected. The aircraft had completed its journey with tragic precision, flying itself right to the end. The news was swift and sobering. The wreckage confirmed what had already been feared. Among the 6 lost were Payne Stewart, his 2 agents, and the 2 experienced pilots who had flown many such routes before. The country mourned. The aviation world reeled. But more than grief, what followed was a haunting sense of disbelief. A modern aircraft with a seasoned crew, perfect weather, and no distress call, simply vanishing into radio silence and flying on until it could fly no more. Now, the questions began. What exactly had happened inside that cabin? Could anything have been done to save the crew? And how, in the age of radar and redundancy, could a plane become so utterly silent and still so deadly? The crash site investigation would soon begin, but the mystery and the sense of quiet horror had already settled in. The crash site near Mena, South Dakota, was eerily quiet. In the middle of a wide, open pasture, far from any major town or highway, a long scar marked the spot where the Learjet 35 had come to rest. Investigators arrived to find wreckage strewn across the field, much of it buried or fragmented from the high-speed impact. There was no fire, no smoke clouding the horizon, just twisted metal and solemn stillness, a fitting end to a flight that had unfolded in haunting silence. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, quickly secured the site. Their investigators began methodically collecting debris, photographing the scene, and marking the positions of recovered parts. The aircraft had disintegrated on impact, and there were no survivors to offer insight into what had happened in the sky above. But even in devastation, patterns emerge. Investigators knew that answers could still be found, if not in the wreckage itself, then in the systems that had quietly guided the aircraft on its final path. Within days, the flight data recorder, FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, CVR, were recovered. These devices, often referred to as the plane's black boxes, were damaged but largely intact. The FDR contained a record of the aircraft's performance, altitude, heading, engine parameters, over the final minutes of the flight. The CVR held up to 30 minutes of cockpit audio, continuously overwritten unless something triggered a need to preserve it. What they found on the voice recorder was unsettling in its emptiness. For the vast majority of the tape, there was no conversation, no last-minute panic, no emergency troubleshooting, no calls for help. Just the quiet hum of avionics, the occasional autopilot engagement tone, and eventually, nothing at all. The silence on the CVR confirmed what had already been suspected. The crew likely lost consciousness early in the flight. The remaining hours, the jet had flown itself. Further analysis of the flight data showed that the aircraft had performed normally for the first few minutes after takeoff. The climb was steady, the speed within normal limits, and all signs pointed to a well-handled departure. But around the time the aircraft reached its cruising altitude, 39,000 feet, everything stopped changing. The jet leveled off and held that altitude for the remainder of the flight, until the engines flamed out from fuel exhaustion hours later. The most probable cause was now becoming clear: a loss of cabin pressurization, which had gone unnoticed or unaddressed by the crew in the critical early moments. Without pressurization at that altitude, the atmosphere inside the cabin would have thinned rapidly. Hypoxia would have set in, quietly, lethally. Hypoxia is one of aviation's most insidious dangers. At 39,000 feet, the time of useful consciousness without supplemental oxygen is around 15 to 30 seconds. Pilots are trained to recognize its symptoms: lightheadedness, euphoria, impaired judgment, tunnel vision. But those early signs are subtle, easy to misinterpret or miss entirely, especially in a routine flight with no warning alarms. If the pressurization failure was gradual and the oxygen masks weren't deployed immediately, both pilots could have become incapacitated before they even realized what was happening. With the pilots unconscious and the passengers likely affected just as quickly, the aircraft's autopilot became the only force keeping the Learjet in the air. And it did exactly what it was programmed to do: maintain heading, altitude, and speed. For hours it executed its duties with mechanical precision, while the human presence inside faded into unawareness. The pressurization system itself became the focus of a detailed mechanical analysis. Every valve, sensor, and backup system was studied. No major defects were found, but due to the nature of the crash, some components could not be recovered or tested. Investigators concluded that either the pressurization system had failed silently, or the warning indicators failed to trigger the crew's attention in time. The oxygen supply system was also inspected: tanks, lines, and masks. But again, the impact had destroyed much of the evidence. No clear malfunction was recorded. With no distress call made and no manual intervention recorded after climb-out, the NTSB's final report leaned toward a grim but logical conclusion. The crew was incapacitated by hypoxia, the aircraft continued on autopilot until fuel exhaustion, and the crash was the tragic culmination of a system working exactly as designed, but without its most important component: conscious humans. The findings were sobering. There was no singular mechanical failure to blame, no villain, just a cascade of small failures or missed moments that allowed a routine flight to become a national tragedy. The very design of the aircraft, to fly smoothly, efficiently, and without pilot input for long stretches, had become its undoing. As the investigation closed in on its final findings, the public's questions shifted. If something so silent and sudden could render an entire cabin unconscious, what could be done to prevent it from happening again? The focus would soon turn to procedure, training, and systems design. But for now, the most haunting detail remained: a jet, silent and sleek, flying flawlessly across a cloudless sky, with no one left awake to see where it was going. In the weeks following the crash, the National Transportation Safety Board worked through every angle of the case, determined to understand exactly what went wrong aboard Learjet N-47BA, and what could be done to keep it from happening again. The deeper they probed, the more chilling the reality became. This was not a case of one catastrophic failure, but a quiet chain of small, subtle oversights and missed opportunities that ultimately allowed a deadly scenario to unfold unnoticed and unchallenged. The investigation zeroed in on one element above all: cabin pressurization. At 39,000 feet, the human body cannot survive for more than a minute or two without supplemental oxygen. Commercial jets are designed to automatically pressurize the cabin as they ascend, mimicking a lower, livable altitude inside. If that system fails and the cabin pressure drops, hypoxia sets in fast, often before the symptoms are even recognized. The signs can be deceptive: dizziness, tingling, euphoria, confusion. It feels like nothing at first. That's what makes it so deadly. The Learjet's pressurization system was mechanically sound during its most recent inspections, with no known issues on record. But because the aircraft was destroyed upon impact, investigators couldn't recover every component. They couldn't confirm whether a slow leak had begun early in the flight, whether a valve had malfunctioned, or whether a system setting had been overlooked by the crew. What they did know was that at some point during or shortly after climb-out, something went wrong. Under normal procedures, a crew reaching altitude would check cabin pressure levels and confirm that the pressurization system was functioning correctly. If a warning light illuminated or an alarm sounded, pilots were trained to immediately don oxygen masks and begin emergency descent. That's the critical window. Seconds, not minutes. The crew of N-47BA didn't make a call. They didn't descend. They didn't engage emergency protocols. The only conclusion? They lost consciousness too quickly to act. The aircraft's oxygen system also came under scrutiny. Investigators wanted to know if the emergency supply, stored in high-pressure tanks and delivered through masks, had failed in some way. But there was no way to verify whether the masks had deployed or whether they had been used. The voice recorder revealed no conversation indicating trouble, no sounds of masks being donned, no struggle, no effort to troubleshoot. Just silence. This raised unsettling questions. Had the crew ignored early warning signs? Had they mistaken hypoxia's onset for simple fatigue or pressure changes? Or had the failure been so sudden and complete that they never stood a chance? The flight data reinforced a consistent pattern. Once the jet reached cruising altitude, it never deviated. autopilot held the aircraft at 39,000 feet for nearly 4 hours. This indicated that the autopilot had been set properly before the crew lost awareness, but also that it had never been disengaged or overridden afterward. The aircraft remained in a perfectly stable cruise, flying as it was told, right up to the moment its engines gave out from fuel starvation. The NTSB's findings, while incomplete in hard physical evidence, pointed with overwhelming probability to a gradual loss of cabin pressure and a failure to react in time. It wasn't negligence. It wasn't sabotage. It was a quiet breakdown in human response, masked by the reliability of technology and the subtle danger of altitude. The report's conclusion was concise but grave. The probable cause of this accident was incapacitation of the flight crew members as a result of their failure to receive supplemental oxygen following a loss of cabin pressurization for undetermined reasons. It was a hard truth. This was an aircraft that did exactly what it was built to do. It flew straight and smooth, held its course, and executed every function as designed. And that was part of the problem. In the absence of human oversight, automation had no way of recognizing or responding to the unfolding crisis. The industry had long viewed automation as a safeguard, a way to reduce human error and lighten pilot workload. But this incident revealed an unsettling paradox. When the human element disappears, automation does not replace it. It simply keeps going. For pilots across the aviation world, the case became a cautionary tale. It emphasized the importance of early response to pressurization warnings, the need to remain vigilant even in routine climbouts, and the real present danger of hypoxia. In training programs, simulators were updated to reflect hypoxia scenarios more realistically, showing just how quickly a routine flight can spiral into silent catastrophe. For the families of those lost, the report offered little comfort. There was no villain, no mechanical flaw to fix. Just a small window of time that closed too quickly, and a flight that became one long, quiet drift into darkness. What remained was the sobering understanding that modern flight, for all its sophistication, is still deeply vulnerable to the unseen. At 39,000 feet, a missed cue or a failed system doesn't come with chaos. It comes with silence. And sometimes, that silence is the loudest warning of all. The crash of Learjet N47BA, while tragic, left behind more than a trail of wreckage. It sparked change. In the months following the investigation, the aviation industry began taking a closer look at how it trained pilots to recognize and respond to hypoxia, and how it designed safety systems to account for the very scenario that had unfolded across America's skies. Simulators were updated to emphasize rapid onset hypoxia situations, showing pilots just how subtle and dangerous the symptoms could be. Training programs stressed that reaction time is everything. New emphasis was placed on immediate oxygen use at the first sign of cabin pressure loss, even before verifying the problem. Aircraft manufacturers and regulators reviewed pressurization systems and the alarms associated with them. The aim was to create clearer, more urgent warnings, both visual and audible, so that no early sign would go unnoticed or dismissed. Some aircraft began including additional automation that could descend a plane automatically in the event of pilot incapacitation. But perhaps the most lasting impact was in the collective mindset of aviation professionals. The Learjet incident reminded the industry that high-altitude flight isn't just about navigating clear skies. It's about respecting the invisible risks that come with them. At 39,000 feet, there is no room for hesitation, no second chances. The ghost flight of October 25, 1999, became a case study, not just in system failure, but in how quickly silence can fall when vigilance slips for even a moment. It wasn't just a story of a jet that flew itself. It was a quiet call to action that rippled through the aviation world, changing how pilots prepare, how aircraft are designed, and how deeply the human element matters, even in the most advanced flying machines. News of the ghost flight spread rapidly in the hours after the crash. By the time the Learjet came to its tragic end in a South Dakota field, the story had already gripped the nation. It wasn't just that a high-profile figure like Payne Stewart was aboard. It was the deeply unsettling nature of what had occurred. A plane, flying perfectly straight for hours, with no one in control. The public response was swift. emotional, and widespread. Vigils were held across the country. Golf fans, friends, and colleagues gathered not only to honor Stewart's legacy, but to try and process the surreal nature of the event. He had been more than a champion athlete. He was a personality known for his charisma, his old-school attire, and his spirit. The golf world mourned not just the loss of a player, but a symbol of the sport's character. Tributes poured in, from fellow athletes to fans who had never met him. Golf tournaments observed moments of silence. Flags at PGA events flew at half-staff. Beyond the personal grief, the crash triggered a deep fascination with the incident itself. People were drawn not just to the tragedy, but to the mystery, the unsettling idea of a plane in flight, silently continuing its journey with no human hand guiding it. It became the subject of intense media coverage, panel discussions, and late-night conversations. The phrase ghost plane entered the public lexicon, carrying with it a strange blend of technological wonder and human fragility. As the months passed and the investigation concluded, the public's focus turned to the legacy of the event. Families of the victims worked with aviation safety groups, pushing for reforms and sharing their stories. They didn't just want answers. They wanted to ensure that future flights wouldn't suffer the same fate. Their advocacy added a human face to the technical changes that would follow. And so, the story of the Learjet 35 that flew itself came to rest not only in a quiet field in South Dakota, but in the minds of millions who followed its journey. It served as a modern parable of how even the most precise machines depend on fragile human systems. A reminder that, in aviation, silence isn't always a sign of calm. It can be the first whisper of something going terribly wrong. In the years since, the incident has remained one of aviation's most haunting modern mysteries. It is taught in flight schools, discussed in safety briefings, and referenced in conversations about the evolution of autopilot systems and cockpit protocols. The aircraft's flight path has been recreated in simulations, studied in classrooms, and depicted in documentaries. But above all, it endures because it touched a nerve, a flight that began like any other, guided by trusted hands and bound for familiar skies, only to drift slowly into the unknown. The final chapter of N-47BA wasn't written by turbulence or storm, nor sabotage or chaos, but by stillness. A quiet cabin, a plane flying itself through clear skies, and a world below, watching, wondering, and learning. There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers, a machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at Quatro de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel-hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance. No crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands, just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning. But something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only 2 people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. Unidentified aircraft, please respond. Silence. State your flight number and intentions. Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls. No emergency transponder signals. No radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the U.S. government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings, no distress signals, no reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The U.S. government immediately launched an investigation. The CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligence sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? U.S. officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, The flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. Remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported, this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla. the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, the most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seemed to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different, a theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation, an accident that spiraled out of control, or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. On a seemingly ordinary day, Iran Air Flight 655, a civilian Airbus A300, was preparing for a routine journey across the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas, Iran, to Dubai, UAE. The aircraft, a symbol of modern civilian aviation, was equipped to carry a significant number of passengers in comfort and safety. Yet, on July 3, 1988, this flight would tragically transform from a routine air travel episode into a devastating international incident, forever marking a dark chapter in aviation history. The geopolitical climate of the late 1980s was fraught with tension, particularly in regions like the Persian Gulf, where strategic interests and political conflicts intersected dramatically. The backdrop of this tension set the stage for the catastrophic downing of Flight 655, a tragedy that escalated existing hostilities between the United States and Iran, and raised critical questions about military rules of engagement and the safety of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. At the heart of these tensions was the USS Vincennes, a United States Navy guided missile cruiser stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will. This operation was aimed at protecting oil tankers and international shipping routes from attacks amid the ongoing Iran-Iraq War, highlighting the region's global economic significance and the high stakes involved in maintaining control over it. The USS Vincennes, equipped with some of the most advanced naval technology of the time, including sophisticated weaponry and an Aegis combat system, was under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III. The ship was a floating fortress, capable of tracking and engaging multiple targets with precision. Yet, the complexities and pressures of operating in such a volatile environment would soon lead to a grave misjudgment. On that fateful morning, the Vincennes was already on high alert due to earlier skirmishes with Iranian forces. The crew was tense, their readiness for combat tested by the recent engagements. This heightened state of alert would prove to be a crucial factor in the tragic events that unfolded. As Iran Air Flight 655 took off, carrying 290 passengers, including 66 children, it ascended into clear skies, expecting an uneventful passage to Dubai. The passengers aboard the Airbus were a mix of individuals, families returning home, pilgrims on spiritual journeys, and business professionals. None could have anticipated that their flight path would intersect disastrously with the Vincennes mission. The tragic misidentification of Iran Air Flight 655 by the Vincennes' sophisticated combat systems as a hostile Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet, rather than a civilian airliner, set into motion a chain of decisions that would culminate in one of the deadliest mistakes in naval history. This incident, with its profound loss of innocent lives, served as a somber reminder of the dangers civilian aircraft face during military conflicts and the dire consequences of miscommunication and error in the heat of combat. On the morning of July 3, 1988, Iran Air Flight 655 was preparing for its routine short flight over the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas International Airport in Iran to Dubai, UAE. The Airbus A300 was one of the mainstays of Iran Air's fleet, well-maintained and capable of carrying a large number of passengers across international lines. On this particular day, the aircraft was filled with 290 passengers, including 66 children, who were looking forward to their destinations. The mix of individuals on board included Iranian pilgrims heading to Mecca after their stop in Dubai, families on vacation, and businessmen on routine travel. The captain of Flight 655, Mohsen Rezayan, was an experienced pilot with thousands of hours of flying time. His familiarity with the route and his aircraft were well established, factors that contributed to the routine nature of what should have been a short and uneventful flight. The crew's professionalism was a constant reassurance to their passengers, who trusted them with their safety across the often politically turbulent skies of the Persian Gulf. The flight crew completed their pre-flight checks with the practiced ease of seasoned professionals. The atmosphere inside the cabin was calm as passengers settled into their seats, stowed their carry-on items, and listened to the flight attendant's safety briefing. Outside, the weather conditions were ideal for flying, with clear skies and mild winds. At 10:17 a.m. local time, Flight 655 was cleared for takeoff. Meanwhile, the USS Vincennes, under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III, was on high alert. The ship, part of the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, was armed with advanced weaponry and a sophisticated combat system designed to track and engage enemy targets efficiently. It was stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will, which aimed to protect neutral oil tankers and international shipping lanes from attacks during the ongoing Iran-Iraq War. The Vincennes had been involved in several tense encounters with Iranian military forces in the weeks leading up to July 3rd. Earlier that day, the ship had exchanged fire with Iranian speedboats, heightening the crew's readiness and sensitivity to potential threats. The psychological pressure of continuous engagement and the perceived constant threat from Iranian forces colored the crew's judgment, setting the stage for the tragic events that would unfold. As Flight 655 ascended into the international air corridor, known as the Amber Route, it entered a region heavily monitored by military radars, including those of the USS Vincennes. The standard commercial flight path of Flight 655 would take it within proximity of where the Vincennes was operating. However, in the tense atmosphere of military engagement and the heightened state of alert, the approaching civilian airliner was misidentified by the Vincennes combat systems as a potential military threat. The crew of the Vincennes observed the aircraft ascending and, due to a catastrophic series of misinterpretations and misinformation, identified it as an Iranian F-14 Tomcat fighter jet, a type previously encountered in the region. This misidentification was due primarily to the psychological and situational stress factors affecting the Vincennes crew, compounded by the lack of effective communication between the ship and the aircraft. Attempts to contact the approaching plane were unsuccessful. In part, this was due to frequency discrepancies. Military vessels and civilian aircraft often operate on different communication channels. Moreover, the crew of the Vincennes, operating under the belief that they were dealing with a military jet, may have expected a different type of response than a civilian airliner could provide. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was rapidly made. Believing they were acting in defense against an imminent threat, the Vincennes fired 2 surface-to-air missiles at Flight 655. Within minutes, the Airbus A300 was struck, causing it to explode and plummet into the waters of the Persian Gulf. The aftermath of the explosion was catastrophic. All 290 people aboard were killed instantly, their lives claimed by a tragic misinterpretation in a high-stakes environment. The debris of Flight 655 scattered across the water, marking the spot where the aircraft met its tragic end, and where the intersection of a routine commercial flight and a military operation in a conflict zone resulted in one of the deadliest incidents of its kind in the history of aviation. On that fateful day, July 3, 1988, as the radar officer aboard the USS Vincennes saw the blip of Iran Air Flight 655 appear on his screen, the standard operating environment quickly escalated to a crisis situation. Situated in the strategic yet volatile Strait of Hormuz, the crew was acutely aware of the potential for encounters with Iranian military forces. The intense pressure and rapid pace required for decision-making aboard the Vincennes set the stage for what would become a tragic misunderstanding. The sequence of events leading up to the tragedy was both swift and disastrous. The Vincennes was already engaged in a tense confrontation with Iranian gunboats, and the atmosphere was charged with the urgency of defense. When the Airbus A300 appeared on the radar, the Vincennes' advanced Aegis combat system tagged the plane as a potential threat. This system, designed to track and engage under extreme conditions, did not differentiate between military and civilian aircraft without specific input to do so. Captain William C. Rogers III faced the critical decision of how to respond. The standard identification protocols called for confirming the aircraft's identity before taking any aggressive action. However, amid the chaos and under the impression that they were dealing with a potential Iranian military threat, the crew attempted to contact the approaching aircraft, using military frequencies to issue warning signals, which civilian aircraft like Flight 655 were not equipped to receive properly. The efforts to communicate failed, increasing the perception of a threat. As the aircraft continued its normal flight path towards Dubai, unaware of the unfolding situation, the crew of the Vincennes interpreted its silence and the maintained flight trajectory as confirmation of hostile intent. This misinterpretation was compounded by the psychological strain on the crew, who were operating under the assumption that any delay in response could be catastrophic given the high tensions in the region. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was made. Captain Rogers, weighing the perceived imminent threat against the rules of engagement, authorized the launch of two SM-2MR surface-to-air missiles. The decision, made under the duress of active defense during perceived wartime conditions, was aimed at neutralizing what they thought was a military threat. The missiles were launched and tracked until they struck Iran Air Flight 655, causing a catastrophic explosion. The plane disintegrated in mid-air, killing all 290 passengers and crew aboard instantly. Debris scattered across the water as the reality of the situation began to dawn on the crew of the Vincennes. The immediate aftermath was one of confusion and horror. The U.S. Navy, realizing the magnitude of the error, scrambled to assess the situation. However, the damage was irreversible, and the grim task of accounting for the civilian lives lost began. This tragic incident highlighted the dire consequences of miscommunication and the devastating impact of military engagements on civilian lives. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate outrage and profound grief. The loss of 290 civilians, including many children, in such a horrific manner, exacerbated the already tense relations between the U.S. and Iran. The Iranian government condemned the attack, mourning the loss of innocent lives and demanding international condemnation and justice. The incident became a symbol of American aggression and a rallying point for Iranian national sentiment. Internationally, the shootdown of Flight 655 stirred a wave of criticism against the United States. Governments and human rights organizations around the world questioned the protocols and the judgment that led to the use of lethal force against a civilian airliner. The tragic mistake prompted calls for a thorough investigation and a re-evaluation of military rules of engagement to prevent similar incidents in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the perilous intersection of military operations and civilian aviation, underscoring the need for stringent measures to protect innocent lives in conflict zones. The tragedy has had a lasting impact on international relations and military protocols, serving as a grave lesson in the costs of warfare and the absolute necessity for vigilant, informed command decisions in combat situations. The destruction of Iran Air Flight 655 by the USS Vincennes reverberated through the corridors of power in Washington and Tehran, sparking a complex aftermath characterized by political turmoil, international outrage, and profound grief. The immediate response from the U.S. military and government was a mix of defensive posturing and cautious regret, reflecting the delicate balance between national security interests and the tragedy of civilian casualties. Immediately following the incident, the United States Navy conducted a preliminary internal investigation to understand the sequence of events that led to the tragedy. The initial statements from the U.S. government were carefully worded, emphasizing the tense situation in the Persian Gulf and the Vincennes crew's belief that they were engaging a hostile Iranian military aircraft. Captain Rogers, commanding officer of the Vincennes, and his crew were initially defended by U.S. officials who highlighted the challenging conditions under which they operated. However, as details of the shootdown became clearer, the U.S. administration faced increasing pressure to address the incident more fully. President Ronald Reagan expressed deep regret over the loss of life, but stopped short of a formal apology, citing the need for further investigation. The administration's stance was seen by many as an attempt to mitigate diplomatic fallout, without fully acknowledging the extent of the error. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate and profound indignation. The Iranian government condemned the downing of Flight 655 as a barbaric act and a gross violation of international law. The incident was portrayed in the Iranian media as a deliberate attack, exacerbating anti-American sentiment and rallying public support against the U.S. Mourning turned into anger as thousands took to the streets in Tehran and other cities to protest against what they saw as an act of aggression. The Iranian leadership used the tragedy to reinforce their narrative of victimization by Western powers, particularly the United States, which served to strengthen the regime's domestic standing at a time when it was still recovering from the prolonged and bloody Iran-Iraq war. Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, described the incident as an example of American savagery, and declared that it exposed the true face of the United States to the world. Internationally, the incident drew widespread condemnation. The United Nations Security Council convened to discuss the shootdown, and while a resolution explicitly condemning the United States was not passed due to diplomatic maneuverings, the incident led to a series of debates about military engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. Numerous countries expressed their condolences to Iran and called for comprehensive measures to prevent such tragedies in the future. In the months following the disaster, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and other international bodies scrutinized the incident, leading to discussions about improving communication channels between military and civilian aircraft. This dialogue highlighted the need for enhanced identification protocols to distinguish military from civilian aircraft, a key factor that could have prevented the downing of Flight 655. The U.S. Congress also held hearings to examine the circumstances that led to the tragedy, questioning the rules of engagement and the use of force in crowded international waters. These hearings were often contentious, reflecting the deep divisions within the United States about the appropriate use of military power and the need to protect civilian lives. In 1996, 8 years after the incident, the United States and Iran reached a settlement at the International Court of Justice, where the U.S. agreed to pay $61.8 million in compensation to the families of the victims, though without admitting legal liability or formally apologizing. The settlement was part of a broader attempt to thaw relations between the two nations, although deep-seated mistrust and unresolved issues continued to plague U.S.-Iran interactions. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a significant event in the history of U.S.-Iran relations, embodying the tragic potential for misunderstanding and unintended consequences in high-stakes military operations. The political, legal, and diplomatic efforts to address the aftermath of the incident have shaped international aviation and military engagement rules, serving as a somber reminder of the importance of rigor, caution, and clarity in military operations around the world. The investigation into the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 was a complex and contentious process, involving multiple international stakeholders and fraught with geopolitical implications. The aftermath of the incident necessitated a thorough inquiry to determine the causes and contributing factors that led to such a catastrophic error by the USS Vincennes. The U.S. Navy conducted its initial investigation shortly after the incident. This inquiry aimed to piece together the events leading up to the missile strike and evaluate the decision-making processes of Captain Rogers and his crew. The investigation acknowledged that the crew had misidentified the civilian airliner as a military threat, specifically an Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet. However, the findings also highlighted the high-pressure environment under which the crew operated, citing the perceived threat of Iranian attacks and the intense psychological strain of their mission in the Gulf. Simultaneously, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, launched its own independent investigation, focusing on the safety protocols and communication failures that contributed to the tragedy. This investigation scrutinized the radar systems and the protocols used by the USS Vincennes, examining how a sophisticated Aegis combat system could mistake a large climbing Airbus A300 for a descending fighter jet. The ICAO's findings were critical in understanding the technical limitations and human errors in complex combat systems. These investigations revealed a series of critical missteps and misunderstandings. The USS Vincennes had been operating in a declared war zone and was on high alert due to previous skirmishes with Iranian forces earlier that day. This context contributed to the crew's heightened defensive posture and readiness to engage perceived threats rapidly. Furthermore, the investigation found that the Vincennes radar operators had misinterpreted the standard commercial airliner's flight profile, mistaking its larger radar signature and steady ascent as aggressive maneuvers. Compounding these errors were failures in communication. Flight 655 was transmitting on a civilian air traffic control frequency, not the military frequencies monitored by the Vincennes. Attempts by the Vincennes to warn the aircraft used military channels, which the civilian plane was not equipped to receive. Additionally, psychological factors such as confirmation bias and tunnel vision exacerbated the crew's misjudgment, as they interpreted incoming data through the lens of an expected military confrontation. The findings of these investigations led to significant controversies and debates. In Iran, the U.S. Navy's explanation was met with skepticism and outrage, perceived as an inadequate response to the loss of 290 civilian lives. Many Iranians saw the incident not as an error, but as an intentional act, reinforcing deep-seated animosity and distrust towards the United States. Internationally, the incident sparked a broader discussion about the rules of engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The tragedy highlighted the need for clearer differentiation between military and civilian air traffic, leading to calls for enhanced identification protocols and improved communication systems to prevent similar incidents in the future. In response to the global outcry and the internal reviews suggesting procedural failures, the U.S. military took steps to revise its rules of engagement and bolster the training of its personnel, especially in the identification and engagement of air targets. These changes aim to reduce the likelihood of such tragic errors in future conflicts, emphasizing the importance of verifying targets before engagement. The U.S. government also faced legal and diplomatic repercussions. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, claiming that the shootdown was not only unlawful but also a deliberate act of aggression. The proceedings at the ICJ were closely watched worldwide as they dealt with critical issues of international law and state responsibility. In 1996, the United States agreed to settle the case by compensating the families of the victims, though it continued to avoid admitting legal liability or formally apologizing, maintaining that the incident was a tragic mistake. The settlement, while providing some financial compensation to the bereaved families, did little to heal the deep wounds inflicted by the tragedy. The legacy of Flight 655 continues to influence U.S.-Iran relations and serves as a grim reminder of the dangers of military escalation and the essential need for rigorous safeguards in military operations to protect innocent lives in times of conflict. The ongoing discourse around this incident underscores the enduring challenge of balancing security concerns with the imperatives of human rights and international law. The political and military implications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 were profound, shaping the dynamics of U.S.-Iran relations for years and influencing global military and aviation policies. The incident became a significant point of contention, affecting diplomatic interactions and international perceptions of military engagement rules. In the immediate aftermath, the incident drastically exacerbated the already strained relations between the United States and Iran. It deepened the chasm of mistrust and hostility, complicating any efforts toward rapprochement. For Iran, the incident was perceived not just as a tragedy, but as a deliberate attack, reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The Iranian government leveraged this event to unify public opinion and garner international sympathy, portraying the United States as an aggressive and imperialist power. On the American side, the incident prompted a re-evaluation of military engagement rules, particularly concerning the identification and engagement of non-combatant aircraft in conflict zones. The U.S. military faced intense scrutiny both domestically and internationally, prompting discussions about the safeguards needed to prevent such incidents. In response, the Pentagon reviewed and tightened its rules of engagement and command protocols, particularly around areas with high civilian activity. One of the significant changes was the enhancement of the military's identification processes to distinguish between civilian and military aircraft more effectively. This involved improving radar systems capabilities and ensuring that personnel were better trained in interpreting radar data under pressure. The military also increased its emphasis on using multiple sources of information to confirm the identities of potential targets before engaging them. These changes were partly influenced by the broader shift towards more stringent standards for accountability within military operations worldwide. The incident underscored the necessity for robust checks and balances in military decision-making processes, especially in scenarios where the risk of civilian casualties is high. Internationally, the shootdown had ramifications for global aviation safety. It highlighted the vulnerability of civilian aircraft flying in or near conflict zones, and led to calls for improved communication between civilian and military entities. This led to increased cooperation between the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and various military organizations to enhance civilian aircraft safety during military conflicts. Procedures and technologies for better tracking and communication were developed, aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Moreover, the incident influenced international law regarding military engagements and the protection of civilians in armed conflict zones. It became a case study in numerous international law programs and military academies discussed for its legal, ethical, and procedural implications. The discussions often focused on the balance between national security interests and the need to protect civilian lives, shaping future legal frameworks and conventions. The diplomatic fallout from the incident continued to linger, impacting U.S.-Iran relations for decades. The lack of a formal apology from the U.S. government was particularly contentious, seen by many in Iran as an indicator of insincerity in addressing the consequences of the shootdown. This perception hindered diplomatic dialogue and contributed to the cyclical escalation and de-escalation of tensions between the two countries. Despite the passage of time, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the catastrophic consequences of military miscalculations. The incident continues to be referenced in discussions about military ethics, the rules of engagement, and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives in times of conflict. It serves as a somber lesson in the importance of vigilance, precision, and accountability in military operations, ensuring that the memory of those lost continues to inform and guide future military and diplomatic endeavors. The legal and ethical ramifications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 are as complex as they are profound. In the years following the incident, a series of legal actions and diplomatic negotiations highlighted the challenges of addressing such a tragedy within the frameworks of international law and bilateral relations. These proceedings also raised significant ethical questions about accountability and reparations in cases involving military mistakes with civilian casualties. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Iran sought justice and compensation through international legal avenues, claiming that the downing was not only a tragic accident, but a gross violation of international law. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, demanding accountability and reparations for the victims' families. This legal move was part of Tehran's broader strategy to internationalize the issue, seeking global condemnation of the United States and reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The United States, while expressing regret over the loss of innocent lives, maintained that the incident was a tragic mistake during a complex combat situation. Initially, the U.S. government resisted admitting legal liability, framing the event as an unfortunate consequence of wartime operations in a high-threat environment. This stance was heavily criticized, both domestically and internationally, as it seemed to sidestep the broader issues of military accountability and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives. In 1996, after years of legal and diplomatic wrangling, a settlement was reached at the ICJ, where the United States agreed to pay $61.8 million, equivalent to $213,103.45 per passenger, as compensation to the families of the victims. This settlement, while significant, did not include an admission of legal liability or a formal apology from the U.S. government, which continued to impact the perception of the U.S. response both in Iran and among the international community. This resolution raised numerous ethical questions about the value of human life and the extent to which monetary compensation can serve as reparation for the loss of loved ones. It also highlighted the limitations of international law in dealing with incidents where military actions lead to civilian casualties. Many argued that the settlement, while providing some form of compensation, did little to address the underlying issues of military engagement rules and the protection of civilians in conflict zones. The ethical considerations surrounding the incident also extended to discussions about the rules of engagement and the responsibilities of military forces operating in civilian-populated areas or international airspaces. The tragedy underscored the need for clear guidelines that prioritize the protection of civilian lives and stricter controls on military responses to perceived threats. Furthermore, the incident has been a case study in ethics courses and military training programs, often discussed in the context of moral decision-making under pressure. It serves as a grim reminder of the high stakes involved in military operations and the profound ethical obligations of military personnel to make decisions that minimize harm to civilians. Reflecting on the legal and ethical implications of the Iran Air Flight 655 tragedy reveals a complex tapestry of human rights, international law, military ethics, and diplomatic relations. It highlights the ongoing challenges in achieving true accountability and justice in international incidents, and underscores the importance of ethical leadership and rigorous training in preventing similar tragedies in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the tragic intersections between military operations and civilian aviation. A a historical event that continues to evoke pain, provoke thought, and stir debates decades after the incident. The memories of the 290 lives lost on that fateful day have been immortalized through various memorials and remembrance ceremonies, both in Iran and around the world, serving as somber tributes to the victims and constant reminders of the need for vigilance in military engagements. In Iran, the tragedy of Flight 655 is commemorated annually with ceremonies that pay homage to the victims. These events are not only moments of mourning, but also of collective reflection on the broader implications of the incident for Iranian society and international relations. The crash site in the Persian Gulf has become a sacred space, marked by memorials that stand as a testament to the lives lost. Families of the victims and political leaders often gather here to honor the memory of those who perished, reiterating calls for peace and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The legacy of Flight 655 also extends into ongoing diplomatic tensions between the United States and Iran. The incident is frequently cited in discussions of U.S.-Iran relations, symbolizing for many the deep-seated mistrust and animosity that complicates dialogue between the two nations. Even as diplomatic efforts are made to thaw relations, the shadows of past grievances, including this tragedy, loom large, influencing perceptions and interactions at diplomatic levels. Moreover, the downing has had a lasting impact on international aviation safety and military protocols. It prompted significant changes in the rules of engagement for military forces around the world, particularly concerning the identification of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. The tragedy underscored the critical need for robust systems and checks to prevent misidentification and ensure the safety of civilian air traffic. These improvements have been crucial in preventing similar incidents, contributing to safer skies for international air travel. Academically and in policy-making circles, the incident is studied as a case of what can go wrong when high-stakes military decision-making intersects with civilian life. It serves as a crucial case study in international relations and military ethics courses, helping to educate new generations of military officers, diplomats, and international lawyers about the complexities of engagement in globalized contexts. The lessons learned from the incident continue to influence policies aimed at enhancing the accountability of armed forces and reinforcing the norms of international humanitarian law. Legal frameworks and international conventions have also been influenced by the fallout from the Flight 655 tragedy. The incident has played a role in shaping international legal standards regarding state responsibility and compensation for wrongful acts, reinforcing the principles that govern state actions in international airspace and the treatment of civilians during military operations. These legal precedents continue to be relevant in contemporary conflicts, where the distinction between combatants and non-combatants can often be blurred. In sum, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a painful incident that resulted in unnecessary loss of life, but also as a catalyst for change in international military and aviation protocols. The tragedy remains a critical reference point in discussions about the moral and legal dimensions of military actions, serving as a somber reminder of the need for perpetual vigilance, rigorous training, and the moral courage to make decisions that prioritize human life. As such, the story of Flight 655 is not just a historical footnote, but a continuing influence on how military and civilian interactions are managed in an increasingly complex global landscape.